silent.
Okie doke. So hello, everybody, and welcome to the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission. This is a meeting being held virtually on Thursday, July 7th, 2022. We will begin with our regular meeting. Before we do so, we have a few postponements. The first one is Chamar Road, 4 Chamar Road LLC for a final subdivision at that address. The next one is Louis Italian Restaurant and Bar at 134, 138 River Road Extension. That it was for outdoor dining in a tent. Next is Chabad Lubavitch of Greenwich, also for a tent at 6 Lincoln Avenue. Then we have Arnold Food Companies at 10 Hamilton Avenue. That was for their emergency generator. And finally, we have number 14 and 15 MJKD LLC for a final coastal site plan and special permit at 31 Vista Drive. And then we have Xiao Kui Quinn and Hui Wen at 1 Florence Road for a final re-subdivision to re-subdivide a 29,000 square foot lot. Just again, the postponed items for anybody who's coming in late: number 5, 6, 7, 11, 14, and 15. A couple of people wrote in and asked what had happened with Chabad. The tent has been postponed. We will happy to let people know the next time when we have it on the agenda. And with that, we will begin with the regular meeting. All the regulars are here this evening. Our first item is the Town of Greenwich and Board of Selectmen with an application for an MI for the Boys and Girls Club to use the temporary fire station and for the town to enter into a lease agreement with them. I believe Ms. Wadler is speaking for the applicant. Abby?
I don't see her in the room.
All right, well, Ben Branyan, you're up. You're on deck. All righty. Because I'm not seeing Abby. All righty, Mr. Branyan, hello. You have the MI as well as the final coastal site plan. Why don't we just combine them to make it quicker for you, to make it more efficient? And before you start, I'm not sure I think you got copied in, but just in case, we did ask relative to the lease. We asked the risk management as well as Ahmad. We asked about if there was flood damage on the property, since they're storing all their files and records on site, whether the town would have any liability, and we're advised that there is no liability for the town, that it's covered in the lease and they're required to have insurance and that you should be okay. And with that, I leave you to it.
I believe we have Christine Vitora, who is our CEO of Boys
I
and
see
Girls Club,
Christina.
and also Luigi Romano, who's our acting BCNM superintendent. They can speak to it as well, if you don't mind promoting them.
On their way. I was trying to get Luigi out of this one. I guess I didn't succeed. Okay. Let me see. Mr. Camillo has his hand up. Is that right? No,
So
go ahead.
As they join, only point I'll make is I think the application summary that P&Z staff put together gives you an accurate representation of the application before you. The only change I would like to point out is the lease would now move from a September 1 start date to September 20th start date. That would just align to the RTM schedule if this moves from P&Z to RTM for approval. They meet in September 19th. So the earliest the lease would begin is September 20th. And we did, we met in May, we do have now the site plan and the project narrative attached to the documentation. Luigi, myself, or Christina, happy to answer any questions you may have.
So just quickly, two things on the site plan. First of all, what you gave us was the site plan that it was before with no changes. So I assume, Mr. Romano, there will be no modifications and you're just going to use the dorm building as is with the offices it has and then as storage elsewhere?
That's correct. Yeah, the dorm buildings will be used in the same manner they're being used at this moment. Same goes for the garage.
Okay. So the garage will not be used by the tenant, or you'll be using it for storage?
They'll be using it for storage as the same manner in the current leasing.
Okay, and which is the most one of those is more subject to flooding, it's the garage?
Yes, the garage is at a lower elevation than the building.
Okay, so, and they will have, and so the lease will require them to have coverage for both. The other thing is that when you were here before us with one of the reasons we wanted you to come in with a site plan is that we wanted to put some requirements on the site plan, which is that you would, on expiration of the lease, you would have done a study on what the future was going to be for the Horseneck lot, and that you would have gone to the BET and secured funds for the demolition of this temporary building so that when the lease expires, you have funding for the demolition. And that so you would do a study on the future purpose of the building and that you would have funded the demolition so we don't run into some sort of catch-22 with that. There was another question, I think it was in the staff report that got raised, which was, does it interfere with the whole thing with the solar panels, and what's the plan with the solar panels?
It does not interfere. When originally the solar panel project, which as we know was not funded by the BET for this fiscal year, that project was originally conceptualized with the facility staying there. So it would not impact either way. It could scale up if it was vacant, it would scale up, but it was not a hindrance to the project.
Now, you're not going to be surprised, Mr. Branyan, to hear us say this, but the lease has an automatic extension period in it through what it says here, August 31, 2022. I think you mean 2023. It's probably a typo of ours.
No, the application summary is correct. That August 31st, 2022 refers to the current leasee, which is neighbor to neighbor.
Okay.
BOS did approve that extension to August 31st.
Oh, and then I see now you've got the end date of August 30th. My mistake. I'm sorry. So then your new end date is September 30th, 2024. In it, you also request to extend with the Board of Selectmen approval to no later than May 31, 2025.
Correct.
I believe that we were interested yesterday, Commission, slap me if you don't agree, that we would not want you to do that with Board of Selectmen. We would want you to come to us with the extension and that we would approve you to September 30th, 2024 only at this time. And part of the thinking behind that is to make sure that that study is done and that you've got a plan for the building. So if you come into us and you're going to renew, if the Boys and Girls Club is running late, we can make sure we're on track for a future without a temporary building.
Understood.
So if that's all right. Is there any other questions from the rest of the commission? No. Well, then, could I have some motions, Mr. Secretary?
Okay, take the MI first. Then we can work through the site plan. So one Horseneck Lane, Municipal Improvement PLPZ 2022-0198. The first selectman is just sponsoring a request for municipal improvement for short-term lease between the town of Greenwich and the Boys and Girls Club of Greenwich at the temporary firehouse building in the Horseneck parking lot. At a meeting, the commission finds that a meeting on April 22nd, 22, the Board of Selectmen voted to approve the referral of MI to the Planning and Zoning Commission in accordance with Section 99A2 of the Town Charter. As indicated in the 2019 Plan of Conservation Development, the proposal is consistent with guiding principles 6.2 and 6.4A. Therefore, motion to grant municipal improvement status in accordance with 699A2 of the Town of Greenwich Charter. The lease shall commence on 9/20/22 and expire on 9/30/24. And then if an extension is exercised, planning and zoning staff should be notified, or do you want
No,
us? You want the
there is-
commission?
The commission will approve any extension beyond September 30th, 2024.
Okay. Got it.
So we discussed yesterday.
Okay. So that was the motion? All right,
That
guess
was
we're
the
good to go.
motion. Do I have a second?
Second. Second.
Lowe came in first. Mr. Lowe, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Where did Mr. Levy go?
I'm right here. I'm
Oh,
here.
okay, there you are. I just don't see you. All right, Mr. Levy, how do
Yeah.
you vote? All right.
Aye.
And Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Our next motion would be for the final site plan.
Okay.
Mr. McRae?
Final site plan special permit, 1 Horseneck Lane, PLPZ 2022-331. Okay, the commission finds that they're requesting a plan of future uses to address any use of the existing building or site, a complete study of existing and proposed uses. The demolition, let's talk about this really quick.
So first, that study should be completed by September 30th, 2024,
9/20,
9:30.
9/30/24. Okay. With the demolition, 2 parts to that. There's, if I understand, it would be funding to do the actual demolition.
If the demolition is proposed,
Okay.
the demolition must be sought for the fiscal year. And Katie, that would be the 2024 fiscal year still for the 2024 fiscal year, because we would have the plan by then. So hopefully the year that starts July 1, 2024, Mr. Branyan, is the 2024 fiscal year or the 2025 fiscal year?
5.
5. So the budget, the money would be budgeted in the 2025 fiscal year.
Okay, do we want them to secure the demolition permit at that same time?
No. Because the town always has to have a dialogue first. I wouldn't do the demolition permit till everybody's waited.
Okay. Okay, I think that covers the 3 significant issues on this.
All righty, is that it?
Yes.
Subject to any other outstanding staff or departmental comments, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. Lowe, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
And Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. I never want to see you guys on this here again, okay?
So Madam Chair, I just want to confirm then that the language that's going to be sent to the RTM will have those 2 changes, the date that Mr. Branyan mentioned, the September 20th start date for the
Yes.
lease. And then also that instead of it going back to the Board of Selectmen, that it will
Go to P and Z.
go to P and Z. So that'll be in the language. So then it's.
Yeah.
Okay.
From what I've heard of the RTM discussion on it, I don't think they're going to have a problem with it because everybody's been asking, hey, what's the plan? And this way we're lining up for the town to have a plan. And I think people will be good with that. We're not saying we own the plan. We're just saying, let's have one. All right. Shall we, is that okay, Katie? You look thoughtful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. No, I just
Alrighty.
wanted to make sure that the language, there's the site plan's has its modifications, but the MI, Mr. Branyan had said those were acceptable when he was going to change it. So I just wanted to confirm that was going to be included in the language for the
Yeah.
RTM.
All righty. Okay, with that, we go on. Thank you, Mr. Branyan.
You.
And with that, we go on to the next 2 items, which we will also combine. Those are for the town of Greenwich for a municipal improvement to make improvements at 2 intersections, Greenwich Avenue at Arch Street, and also Greenwich Avenue at Griggs Street. In addition, there is a final site plan that has been submitted for those 2 intersections. Mr. Michael, you are representing the Department of Public Works in this. Hello, Mr. Michael.
Hello, good afternoon. First Selectman Camillo is going to make the first comments on this, and then I'm going to finish our very brief presentation, and then we'll open it up to questions. So
Great, thank you. Hello, Mr. Camillo.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Thanks for allowing us to speak on this item, or these two items. This is something that the town, I was recently reminded, has been trying to do since the 1990s. Former First Selectman had tried it back then to enhance public safety in our downtown area, and that was even before there were cell phones and more and more people moving here from out of state. So this really is something that we've worked hard on, and DPW has done a terrific job in outreach and also in securing a grant. So this is 100% paid for by a state grant. It also adds 10 parking spaces at the one intersection at Arch Street and Greenwich Avenue, and 2 at Grigg and Fawcett. And again, it's not only beautifies the area and breaks it up, which is, I think, what I call a concrete boulevard, but it really does enhance public safety. It's got the support and endorsement of the Greenwich Fire Department, the Greenwich Police Department, the Commission on Aging, Greenwich Communities, or formerly Greenwich Housing Authority, and the First Selectmen's Committee on for people with disabilities, and also lots of business owners downtown, and also restaurateurs, many of whom I know have sent you emails in support of this. I also want to mention that I've spoken to a couple of veterans this week. I think one may have sent an email in supporting this. There was some concern about the monuments, and I've spoken with DPW, and they assure me that they're listening to the community, that nothing will be touched there, but also we want to get more input from people and see what they would like as far as enhancing those areas. And I know that our tree warden, Greg Kramer, sent you a note just saying that he was concerned about some of the trees there. I did speak with Greg yesterday, as well as Joanne Messina of the Greenwich Tree Conservancy, and they were fine with this as long as the trees are protected. And this was only yesterday. So and I spoke with Jim Michael today. He assured me that that would be the case. So just about every concern, well, not just about every concern that was raised has been addressed, and still we're still listening to the community on this, but we're really excited about it. Again, we've had, unfortunately, some accidents in that area and around the corner from there with people getting hit, pedestrians. So we wanted to really, follow what we're for promoting an active lifestyle. And we know more and more people are working from home. We want them to be out and about, but we want them to do so safely. And again, for all the reasons I mentioned before, I think this was a perfect fit. So thanks, and I'm subject to any questions.
Does anybody have any questions for our First Selectman? I guess you're off the hook. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all you do. I really appreciate it.
Mr. Michael? For the person who has their hand up in the public, we will take public comment after Mr. Michael has presented and the commission has asked questions. And then we will take public comment. And go ahead, please, Mr. Michael. Mr. Michael, are you muted?
sorry about that.
Yeah, I was wondering. All right, go right ahead.
All right. So, yes, we were back in front of you in January of 2022 with the pre-application. At that time, we received a decent amount of comments about these intersections. And since that time, we've met with a number of different property owners. We've met with many people on the RTM, the BET, et cetera. I think I have over 20 meetings that I've been at since that time, just on this project alone. So let's see here if I can get this. So what is this project? This project, some of the key things based on our comments that we received back in January, was parking was a very important thing. So we've revised our plans. We have 12 new parking spaces being added to the project as part of this project. Improving pedestrian safety is a key factor. Improving accessibility for persons with disabilities. We're trying to build a sense of place, increasing the amount of green space. And then in 2018, we had a downtown road safety audit that was completed by a third party. And they had some recommendations in there, and some of the things that we've incorporated into this project are part of that plan. As First Selectman Camillo mentioned, we've gotten a number of endorsements from police, fire, board of selectmen, and other agencies. I'm going to point out this graphic, and we utilize Complete Streets extensively in town, and we look at trying to improve accessibility for all users of the roads, not just cars, for cyclists, for pedestrians. And if you look at the circle on the right, that's what I really want to focus in on. You'll notice that this is from the United States Department of Transportation, and they have a safe system approach. That safe system approach, one of the things you'll notice is responsibility is shared. So we've heard a lot about the what we're doing is one thing, but it also is that the drivers have to be partially responsible for their behavior when they go through these intersections. We understand that they write here, humans are vulnerable, humans make mistakes. So what we try to do is we try to make these intersections so that there is redundancy of availability to prevent people from being injured. And if nothing, and if there is the possibility of a crash, which we know things do happen, that vehicles are traveling at slower speeds to where they can move slowly through the intersection, so the impact of those crashes is minimal. One of the things we've been studying this project since we started in 2016. We've looked at a wide variety of different things. We've looked at a one-way traffic study for the downtown area. We've taken into account looking at making Arch Street one way. We've looked at making many of the side streets, Mason, Millbank, the roads that cross between Elm, Lewis, etc., all one way. The one thing that we found is when we create those one-way roads, because traffic has to go one way, it makes the volumes on many of these roads actually higher, and especially on Greenwich Avenue. And we all know that there's a lot of traffic and a lot of parking conflicts on Greenwich Avenue. So when we looked at this, we got the study about 75–80% complete. And we realized before we finalized it that the results were not showing that doing a one-way conversion to in the downtown area would be an overall benefit to the community. So we have a draft plan that we put together. Like I said, it's about 75–80% complete. We didn't finalize it because we felt that it was kind of wasting that last 20% of the funding. So we didn't move forward. Other things that have been discussed: parking structures, pedestrian malls. I know that at the very beginning of COVID, we did a closure of the bottom half of Greenwich Avenue. If anybody's ever been to Burlington, Vermont, they have a small section of what they call Church Street there. It's a pedestrian mall where they've converted it to only pedestrians, and they have the crossroads go through. We looked at that. We feel that, Greenwich Avenue is not going to be the best use of that. It may be something in the future that we would consider, but not something that we're looking at as part of this plan. We looked at a roundabout, the impacts to the property were significant, so we decided not to go that route. And traffic signals have been studied before, continue to be something that would be warranted for this project. And we can look into doing some improvements to set these areas up for traffic signals. But at this time, we're not proposing traffic signals based on feedback that we've received from the public in the past, that traffic signals are not something that the community is ready for on Greenwich Avenue, because they do want to maintain the look and feel of that downtown area. So this is our current proposal for the Arch and Havemeyer. A couple things to point out here. We're significantly reducing the crossing distance of these intersections. And we're improving the amount of green space. This plan also shows some additional parking along Arch Street. We're realigning the roadway to align so that currently traffic has to travel the wrong way up Greenwich Avenue. And so that's by doing this realignment, it makes it so that vehicles are going straight through the intersection. I know that there's been some discussion on, is that really necessary? When Greenwich Avenue was actually originally designed, it was before cars were even in design. So we always have to take into account the evolving nature of the community. So, so those are some of the key points here. I have another rendering here that you've seen. This rendering shows kind of that view looking down Arch Street, shows the alignment there, shows how we're going to be doing a little bit of an enhancement to the bowling monument, but we're still keeping this roadway realignment within the town's right of way for Arch Street. So I know that there's been some discussion about, is it going to impact the Havemeyer Park property, so to speak, and it is not going outside of the town's right of way. This is just kind of a current drawing in case we need to discuss it further. We can go back and forth when we get to Q&A. The other piece of this project is the Fawcett and Grigg intersection. When we came before you before, we had a couple different ideas. We had some area that was going to be utilized as a potential drop off for, say, Uber vehicles, or pick up and drop off for people, potentially a trolley design. There's also a different location for the crosswalks. This plan pretty much replicates, for the most part, the improvements that currently exist. This project, the Grigg Street Fawcett area did have the intersection extensions put in back in the early 2000s. And these are just minor enhancements of this area. One question that has come up is the use of placing some of these patio areas here. And I'm going to discuss that in a future slide here. But this is the existing configuration. And so if we have questions there. I'm going to show this video. This is a video that we took. And one of the questions is, why are we looking to remove some of the parking in the middle of the intersection at Fawcett and Grigg? And this video here is the best way I can show that we have to do some of these relocation of these parking stalls. The vehicles, one of the safety concerns is vehicles backing into a crosswalk when they leave a parking stall. So we have to remove these parking stalls that are directly adjacent to the crosswalk. So if you'll watch this white car, when it backs out, it's going to back out into the crosswalk. The other thing that has been discussed is, well, why do we have to do it from both sides, especially where, for instance, on Fawcett, where it comes in and it's not a through roadway. What you'll also see in this video is vehicles utilizing both travel lanes. So what we're trying to do is to prevent the number of conflict points. So I'm going to go ahead and hit play here. It's only 30 seconds, so hang with me. If I can get it to go. Oops. Sorry about that. Let me see if I can. Of course, now it won't play after I practiced this 30 times today. So, all right.
Mr. Michael, try double clicking on the arrow.
Yeah, it's still not going. I'm going to stop share. See if I can get it to go there. So can you see this now?
Yep. So you'll see how those vehicles there then crossed over into those other lanes. So, you know, we just have to be sure that we're doing safely. And then what we're trying to prevent here is somebody backing into somebody walking in that crosswalk. So, Got it.
so that's the extent of what I wanted to share. And so we can open it up to questions right now. So go back to the site plans because I'm thinking that that's where our discussions are probably going to happen. So.
Mr. Michael, what was the thought on the large expanse of open patio or sidewalk area on, you know, each one of the corners? They're in front of Starbucks and at the foot of the walkway to Havemeyer. You know, park benches are great. That's fantastic. I see that, you know, that they're there in the site, but could that be actually made smaller to provide more area for planting?
So so there could be some of it made smaller, and we've looked a little bit of that at that. I can kind of go through each of these four corners and talk a little bit about them. When you look at the corner on here in front of the Havemeyer building, if we were to start looking at where the sidewalk extends straight and where the sidewalk, there's a pretty wide sidewalk coming out of the front of the Havemeyer building. It's close to 15 feet in width. So we're trying to just duplicate that, and where that comes in and intersects the existing sidewalk. So the width of this sidewalk that's coming down Greenwich Avenue along the front of the Havemeyer building, we're maintaining the same width there as well as what currently exists. So we've kind of just drawn the straight lines of this, you know, the center of this sidewalk, the center of the sidewalk coming from the Havemeyer building, made those the exact same width as what they are extended, put a little bit of a radius on them, and then brought the sidewalk coming up from Arch Street along here, and that's where it intersected. This small area here is an area where we want people to stand and wait. And so putting that area in is there for that purpose. Part of the belief is that in the event that traffic signals would ever get installed, there would need to be a place for people to gather and wait before they would cross the street to take their turn. In addition, some of the discussions have been with some of the property owners, and that it could be an area where if there is restaurants or whatever, for instance, on Starbucks, if they would like to have a few areas for outdoor dining, if that's something that has been done in the past, that would be a desirable item for them. And so, because we were looking to the way our current usage is and the current desire of outdoor dining in town, we were taking that into consideration. In areas where there isn't space because of existing landscape areas in front of properties, we allow them to take additional parking north or south or along a side street. So we felt that this was, if we were going to make it landscaped, we could also make it a patio area, which they might be able to utilize for the outdoor dining as well, so that we wouldn't have to take additional parking stalls away to provide them with the opportunity, so that they're equally given that opportunity.
Okay, so as an example, coming up Arch Street where the new parking is.
Yes.
That sidewalk seems to be double wide than the sidewalk standard. As an example, could that be thinned out to 60 inches and provide more green space?
So
I'm asking a kind of big picture question. It's my
No.
understanding this is more of a schematic plan, correct?
this is somewhat of a schematic plan, and one of the things that we did, we have done a little bit of the technical aspects of it, but we did try to maintain the width of that. We also have to think about the possibility or the fact that we're going to have parking meters placed, so that blocks some of the sidewalk area. We have talked about where there's parking meters, the in-between spots, potentially putting tree wells in there. But we also do know that when people get out of their car, they have to pay their parking meter. And then their first instinct is to go onto the sidewalk. One of the things we heard at the Historic District Commission is they liked the triangulation of this point here. So we had kind of done what you had mentioned of minimizing the amount of sidewalk and then filling in the rest with green space. I think one of the thoughts we had based on some of their comments was maybe the area closest to these darker green spaces, put the sidewalk, and then maybe put some planter areas up along in between some of the curb areas. So there's minor modifications there that could be made to dress this up a little bit, but we think the general concept is there.
So Nick, do you mind? I'd like to just jump in and step us back a little bit. Obviously, with the commission's been through, and folks, when you get ready to speak, just remember we've read every email everybody sent. As I go through all the emails, I'm seeing 3 key buckets of feedback that we're getting. The very first one is safety. And what does this do for safety? And does it do a sufficient amount for safety? And does it achieve the safety goal? That's the first one. The second bucket is what we're doing consistent with the historic National Register district? Is the design consistent with the district? And does this enhance it? And the third one, and I'm going to clump together a whole bunch of stuff, is the amount of green space, the landscaping, and the design of the landscaping as pertains to the whole project. And so it seems that the most important is the safety, then the historic, and then the aesthetics. That last bucket of aesthetics is also a lot to do with environmental sustainability, because the more we plant and the more trees we have, the better it is, not only for people, but for nature. So starting with safety, the complaint that we get, Mr. Michael, that a ton of the emails referenced is that the Elm Street bump outs have not eliminated some of the concerns for pedestrians coming across. That there's confusion at Elm Street still. Our take, and several of us have been walking this on a very frequent basis to look at it. Our take is the traffic and the pedestrian volume, thankfully, is big on the avenue, and the avenue is vibrant. And that the bump outs really aren't the whole solution. And that's why we raised the concept of potentially considering for the future traffic signals and doing those, as we mentioned yesterday, finding historical traffic signals from the 1930s that are consistent with the contributing structures and doing something that enhances the history and also the safety. But the other thing we've done is we've been researching sidewalk extensions in general. And I think the oldest study, I distributed it to the commission. The oldest study I found was 2005. There's a lot of literature that the sidewalk extension to narrow the crossing distance helps. But in regard to the safety question, what the commission asked over and over again yesterday is, do we need to make the extensions as bulky as they are and as pavement heavy as they are to accomplish their objective? So after all that intro, that's my first question. And Mr. Pop, when we're ready for public comment, you'll hear it loud and clear, okay? So Mr. Michael, the first thing the commission, in terms of the safety, how much of this additional concrete jutting out is necessary? Now, I heard you say you don't want people backing out into the crosswalk, but in this intersection, that doesn't happen. You've got that driveway extension from the senior center that takes up that. I'm not sure why that has to have and all the stuff there. You've got the lands, you've got that big curb corner. So that's the first question. Does it need to be as hefty as this to give the safety?
So one thing is these crosswalks are about 8 to 10 feet in width. That's what we see as fairly comfortable. When we start connecting those to the curb lines, that's kind of how they fall into place. Could they be looked at to be reduced? I think we could look at them slightly, but they're not going to be, with the volume on Greenwich Avenue of pedestrians, where we have oftentimes 800 pedestrians in an hour going through this intersection.
Mhm.
We have to think about there's 2 to 3 people trying to cross in opposite directions at all times. So we need to make sure that if somebody's pushing a stroller or has a dog and somebody's coming the other way, there's enough room for people to maneuver around them. So based on just the pure pedestrian volumes, we're trying to make this as comfortable as possible, and but keeping it safer by shortening the distance that they have to cross.
Madam Chair, may I ask?
Yes, please, Mr. Lowe, go ahead.
To follow up on what Madam Chair just said, I think that during our discussion yesterday, we kind of came to a point of view that we're looking for something that is more substantive and systemically connected, a design that's integrative and consistent, as Madam Chair said, with the surrounding historic setting, but very much connected in some way, rather than what appears from this overhead schematic as a series of small patchy areas. And it just, the amount of cement just leaps off the page, I think, and causes a lot of us to wonder, could that be reduced, as Madam Chair just asked? I would say that it also appears that the sidewalks above this intersection appear to be a fair amount wider than those below the intersection. In particular, I'm looking at the one in front of the senior center. Is that the actual width today?
Correct. Correct. So
But does it coincide with below the sidewalk below in front of Starbucks and heading further south?
right. So if we look at this as the existing situation, we have the two panels here. That's what the proposed location is. It's the same on the other side of the street. That's the existing width. When you get down here, because of some of the doors, some of the awnings, I think that may give it a slightly visual appearance that's slightly narrower.
Yeah.
Technically, as you go south, if you get down near Fawcett
Mhm.
and that area, those sidewalks actually do get significantly narrower. And we get a number of requests or concerns in that area because people can't get through on those sidewalks if they're going in opposite directions. But we've tried to maintain, 6 to 8 feet of width minimum for the sidewalks. And also in looking at where we have trees along the avenue, where, there's many areas along Greenwich Avenue that have these small little planter boxes. And those we were looking at as being somewhat consistent with some of the spots we're looking at for these other areas.
Yeah, it just seems when we're looking at this shot you've got now, that there's a preponderance of cement, and it looks like we've got multiple very small little green areas. And I applaud the effort to include more green areas, but if you look at this intersection and then there are other schematics from the intersection on Greg Street and then going across Fawcett, there are many more of those very small. And I just don't know to what degree we could somehow combine them into a more substantial green statement, if you will. And it may be that it would permit us to put in taller trees and the like. And to that end, I don't know whether you were listening yesterday. I assume you were, but if we could all agree that the background data provides a compelling rationale for the efficacy of the proposed traffic calming and pedestrian safety measures, we can perhaps defer much of these design details. Mr. McRoy made a suggestion yesterday to a small panel of experts in town in the collaborative spirit of coming up with something that might be acceptable to all.
Yeah, I'd like to drill down more. Who was going to say something? Sorry.
I was going to say something, Madam
Yes,
Chair. but
Mr.
go ahead.
Yaski. No, go ahead. I'll come back.
Well, I want to drill down on the safety aspect.
Yes.
Because I am one of those frequent people that go through all these intersections 3 to 4 times a week. And I was going to ask Mr. Michael, I'm looking at the traffic data, and we've all seen people back up and have accidents. The traffic data talks about like 95 or 100 crashes in that 3 or 4 year period. I'm looking for that.
Correct. That's on the entire avenue. We had about 90 crashes in a 3-year period.
And then this intersection has like 15 and the other one 10. Is that the majority of those? I mean, there's 25. Is this intersection have crashes more frequently than the rest of the avenue?
Honestly, the crashes are pretty spread out throughout the entire avenue.
Okay,
Most of them are actually parking related.
right.
And some of them are based on just a lot of driver error or driver not following proper signage.
Okay,
So-
let me go to where I was really drilling down to this. And I'll pick on Havemeyer and Arch Street. I call that no man's land. when you go to that intersection, crossing it, it's huge. It's open. Have you talked to the police department? They're right there, by the way. The police department's right there. It may not be an actual crash where someone bumps into each other, but have you gotten any data, feedback, whatever, about the level of complaints about the traffic speeding in this particular intersection? I don't know whether they track that. Do people complain formally? Or is there any feedback that deals with the traffic flow through this intersection, particularly coming down the avenue and turning down Arch Street, which is a common exit for a lot of folks these days? I'll just tell you, they're often not from the town. They go down the avenue pretty fast, particularly from Elm Street. They buzz down that Arch Street, and it is dangerous. But do you track? Does anybody track any data like that, or is it just open at this stage?
So when it comes to crash data, we track the crash data. What
Are
I'm
there
going
complaints?
to
Do people file complaints with the police department?
filing complaints with the police department, I don't know that they track that information, other than probably the biggest complaint that they get, that we get, that you guys probably get is, when are they putting the cops back at Arch Street and have them?
Right.
I
Well,
mean,
did the police
but
department have any specific comments related? I'm just picking on this intersection. Did they have any specific comments related to this? You said they approved it. Did they amplify that approval in any way, shape, or form? Did they talk about the traffic speeds, the patterns, anything along those lines?
I believe Chief Evie provided a letter to the commission.
Yeah, I was
I'm
looking for that.
not sure if you guys
Yeah,
have
we
that or
have it.
not, but
We do.
Yeah, I was looking for that.
yeah, but in his letter, he basically talks about, this does help to improve these locations. There is, like I went back to that one slide and I talked about, it's everybody's responsibility. And so we're trying to do pieces of our responsibility as Public Works to improve this that will help with those locations. I asked police yesterday if they could give me some updated crash data for this specific intersection for the last 6 months. They pulled the records of this intersection and they didn't have any reported crashes over the last 6 months. That's without the police officers there. The key factor in that is reported crashes, because I know through our Public Works communication specialist, she tracks our social media over the last year. There has been a number of people complaining about how they were hit at this intersection walking across the road, and how a car bumped them, and luckily they were paying attention, those types of things. So we have some data on it, but not hard data to say that that's what we're looking to do. So when we find out that there's no reported crashes at this intersection, but when we know that people feel that they feel unsafe going through this intersection, especially without the police officers there, we look to try and improve these situations to make them feel safer when they are making these maneuvers.
Okay, last question. I think Madam Chair brought it up about traffic signals. Is that like a last resort? Is that where you're going with this?
So traffic signals, one of the things that is slightly different, and I wanted to clarify this, that is different than back in the 1930s when traffic signals were, first put in, is we are now required to have a signal head pretty much over every lane of traffic. That's a new requirement. So there would have to be something hanging over the travel lanes.
Why
in
would
these
we be
cases.
required if we're not doing it now? We can just
If-
do them as decorative. We don't have to do them. If we're not saying we're doing, they could just be not compliant and do them as something decorative. We don't have them now. We're installing them because let's go back to that. I don't think there's any interest. My take from what I've seen in the commentary is there is no interest in the community from something that looks modern and techie and sorry, Jim, but engineering.
No, no, and I agree that there's not, and there are things that we can look into.
Mhm.
I think of kind of the old fashioned kind of hook shaped
Okay.
light poles or whatever, right? And so
We-
we,
so
we
we
might be
could
able to do
find
something.
something.
We might be able to do something, but there is going to need to be something dangling over the travel lane.
Why? When we're not doing it to comply with safety standards? We don't have it now. We would not do it to comply with safety standards. We would do it because we feel like doing it. So they
If-
don't have to comply. We're not going to get any federal funding or state funding for it. We would do it ourselves and we don't comply. We just say, hey, these are just decorative historic things.
But if we're using them for safety purposes, we have to have them compliant.
I think that's something that we could look
be
into.
worked.
And
We could
I know
look
that
into
other
it.
communities have done this
Yes,
subsequently.
it's a national, exactly.
And especially in historic districts. So I just don't think that that's really the way that we have to proceed. We can put in something decorative. It's been done other places. And I don't see why it can't be done
Yeah.
here.
Okay, so on safety, there are two very telling things in my mind of the input we got. The committee, the committee, the selectmen's committee on people, on persons with disabilities, and also the commission on aging, and are in strong support. And their take is that as you're making your way across, to have the distance be shortened is helpful, especially if you're disabled, if you're just walking slowly. And I would expect that moms with strollers feel the same way. But so and we've seen the research that sidewalk extensions can enhance safety. The next big bucket of questions before we get to the design and the landscaping and the aesthetics, because this is critically important from what I've seen to residents, is twofold with the historic district and also the importance to many residents of the monuments here. Does this enhance the historic district? And for anybody who's interested, the HDC, the Historic District Commission's meeting on this is available online. A couple of us from the commission listened to it. And although they generally seem to support the safety idea, they wanted to see a design more consistent with the design aesthetic of the era. And less, I believe they use the word amoeba-like at one point, but more geometric, and that draws your eyes more to monuments. And they also, although it's beyond their call, made comments about the amount of additional paving and how much surface we were adding where there were landscape opportunities. But their key was that the design did not enhance the historic district. And I would suggest, once again, as Mr. Lowe mentioned, and as we discussed at the briefing yesterday, that, and I'm going to go further, that that maybe the whole Greenscape Task Committee or a subcommittee of it could address these topics and correct them consistent with the HDC. I think the only thing I would do is could potentially add a member of the HDC on that group. So you have the Greenscape Task Force, for those of you who aren't familiar, it has the tree warden, it has engineering, it has the town planner, two people from the Architectural Review Committee, and it has conservation on it. So you hit all the sweet spots, all the areas of expertise, and they're advisory to P&Z. So you would hit all the areas of expertise and tweak this. And I say tweak, but redesign to make this more consistent with the historic district And potentially, because we do have a landscape architect, 2 landscape architects on green space, make it more consistent with the historic district. So I believe that where we were coming out yesterday is we applaud, stop me if I'm wrong, folks, but we applaud safety enhancements. We'd like to see underground conduits for future traffic lights and consideration for historic traffic lights that we don't mark it as a safety enhancement, but just as part of the historic district or whatever it takes to do it. But at the same time, we'd like to see a design that's more consistent with the district. One of the points that has been made is that the obelisk is obscured. At the moment, it doesn't have enough visibility with the design, and that the eye should be drawn to it. The same thing was said about the bowling monument. So those were some points that were raised. So it's the consistency, the architecture of the historic structures here is Beaux-Art, and Beaux-Art is 20th century. So there's enough of, we could add some currency for those of us who were alive in the 20th century, and yet still be respectful of our history. That's where we were headed at the briefing yesterday. And of course, we don't make decisions at the briefing. We just kick ideas and questions around. Who wants to build, ask more questions, go further with this?
Oh, that's a pretty good summary.
What was that?
No, I thought that was a pretty good summary of some of our ideas back to him. I'd let
Okay.
his responses.
Well, it's kind of our call on
I-
whether we
I
would.
think there was only one comment I want to make, that I think that one of the things the Historic District Commission did mention is they did like the way that we did some of the enhancements to the bowling monument as part of the design by bringing it forward towards, since it's going to be closer to the roadway, it makes it more visible, which a lot of people felt that it kind of sits back in underneath the trees, and a lot of people weren't aware of that. But,
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Michael. I find that monument disappears almost completely when you're walking down the avenue. I often don't even register it. So I think that's a good point to enhance its presence. Okay, folks, so what other?
Quick question for Mr. Michael. In the plans, another thing that was submitted, I didn't see elevations. Is the center of the intersection raised?
so our current plan is not to have this intersection raised in the same manner as
Good.
what we did at Elm Street.
Good.
Okay.
We have discussed actually this crosswalk that's right here on this right turn slip lane, so to speak, being a raised crosswalk, which would help to slow people down from just quote unquote flying around the corner, because we've heard people concerned about that. So we're looking to make that modification, and we're still considering that, but that's something that we don't believe will be the case.
There were also some public comments about this, about a grade change you're doing on the northwest side.
Correct. So because Greenwich Avenue is a hill, and it goes downhill from Elm Street down towards Fawcett, the grades where we're going to be connecting the new Arch Street, which is equal to where Havemeyer is, are a few feet higher than where currently Arch Street comes in. So when we realign Arch Street, I know that there's been some concern that there would need to be a retaining wall along this side, but because of the realignment of the road and needing to bring it up to match where Greenwich Avenue is, that allows us to not have to have a retaining wall along here, and that we can just match the existing grade more or less of the ground back at the elevation where we're going to be with the sidewalk. So
A couple of people had asked if that made it harder for the, I'm sorry, Was that Peter Levy? Peter Levy, you're breaking up. We can't hear you. Okay, Mr. Michael, a couple of people from the had asked about it being more challenging with the grading to walk on it if you have a disability or are over 62.
Well, all the ramps and so forth, all the sidewalks would meet ADA compliance. They're at minimal slopes, minimal cross slopes, and they would basically be matching the existing sidewalk grades, roadway grades. So yes, I think that some people, if you start down at the train station and you work your way up to Route 1 on Greenwich Avenue, it's a decent uphill climb, but in general, these grades are not going to be significant.
Okay, that was not the perception. And the relocation of the senior center driveway to Greenwich Avenue, does that have a safety reason?
Part of that was to try and get because currently the way it's configured, it's going right out over top of the sidewalk ramps. We're still exploring the option of keeping it coming out to Havemeyer. And then in doing that, we might be able to either eliminate this driveway here, make that all green space, or potentially even pick up one more parking stall there. So that's another consideration we're looking at doing. But currently the way it's configured, as you leave that driveway, which the benefit is it's not a very active driveway. It's really for pickup, drop off on rare occasions. But the driveway does basically exit right through the accessible ramps in the current situation. So that was the safety concern there, and that's why we pushed it towards Greenwich Avenue. But we've heard a little bit about that. We think we're considering moving it back towards exiting out onto Havemeyer, and it would be outside of where the main pedestrian access crosswalks would be.
Okay. Can we take a look at Grigg Street? If you have the before and after, that's a good thing too.
So as you kind of see here, this kind of goes right out over top of these crosswalk here. So that was there. So here's Grigg Street. This is the before. You kind of see a few of the bump out areas. You see some of the outdoor dining from when this was taken. And you know, the one thing that the Historic District Commission asked us to do, which will probably make this modification, they want us to make this crosswalk more parallel with Greenwich Avenue, rather than being at the skew. That was the main comment that they had. You know, the other
I
thing
heard a lot more comments from them, but okay, you can play the recording. I heard some other main comments from them, but that's okay. That's an interesting idea. I would not make any design changes right now, Mr. Michael, while you have the site plan application before us, because they're advisory to us. And I would say that if as we are kicking around right now, we decide to refer it to Greenscape, that Greenscape would incorporate the input from HDC, and that you have the good fortune that it'll include engineering. So y'all could work on it, but talk again. I know we asked you a lot yesterday. The commission had a lot of questions about these big patio areas.
So the patio area here, when we did our initial design, this entire area was a green space. In addition, this patio area down here was also a green space.
And why do you need to extend the sidewalk so widely to get an effect? Why does it have to be so wide?
So the reason that this curb extension is put in here, is that your question?
Yes.
Is so that vehicles are not backing out into the middle of an active intersection. So this is considered an intersection here.
And where
And-
does somebody back out? Oh, so, but where does somebody back?
So
Oh, you're
ba-
they're coming out,
Backing,
you're turning
if there,
from
if there was
Fawcett.
parking, if we
Yeah.
go to the next slide, where this outdoor dining is here, they'd be backing out of those parking stalls into where vehicles are coming out and turning off of Fawcett. So that's the biggest, that's the safety piece. And then also when you're at, in this location, you'd be backing out into the active intersection of Grigg Street.
But that's only one spot there at most that would be backing out into Grigg Street from there.
Correct. And that's really all this is taking up is.
Looks more
um,
like 3 spots to me, but,
It's only one stall there.
all right, okay.
So, and there's only 3 stalls that we'd be removing over in this area and relocating them onto Fawcett. So, and,
Again,
and across the street over here as well. So,
Mr.
again,
Lowe?
though, yeah, it just, the appearance of this on this schematic makes it look as though there's been a dramatic increase in cement in hardscape. And I think that's what we were struggling with, how necessary that is.
right. And so I think part of it, part of the feel and look, and, you know, I know that some of the discussion yesterday was had about some of the green spaces standing out. I think with the graphics, the way that we have them set up, the sidewalks being the much brighter white, we tried to enhance where we'd be doing some of the work so that people understood where we would be replacing the sidewalks. Most of the areas with these sidewalks, the curb lines are in these existing locations. And so it's really the extra, we actually have a reduction in impervious area on all these plans. So we're actually adding green space versus adding concrete. When we start looking at these, I know one question or comment came up of what lessons have we learned when from Elm Street? We did hear from both property owners and I think Mr. Levy mentioned yesterday about the concern of narrowing some of the sidewalks. So we probably are going to narrow some of a little bit of the green spaces up along here because so that we don't have too narrow a spot in front of these buildings. But that's something that we're trying to make sure that there's not too much of a narrowness so that when 2 people are walking in opposite directions, they feel uncomfortable. And so that's something that we've been trying to do and trying to make this so that it is very pedestrian friendly with the, you know, especially over in this, you know, like you can see here, there's tree wells that we're looking to put in that those may actually already exist, but
Those
that narrows
exist.
it down. That narrows it down. So we have to, you know, take into account many of these things.
Okay, anybody else? Comments, questions on this intersection? Okay, so generally, the concern about the patios, is that echoed? What do people think?
The concerns remains.
Okay. Yeah, it's just that there are a lot of people listening and they didn't hear what we said at the briefing. So I'm trying to get you guys to say your questions from the briefing. What I remember is that one of the issues that surfaced is that at the briefing is that 3 restaurants are getting lovely sidewalk dining and the rest of the avenue doesn't do that. And that doesn't seem completely fair. That it would be better to treat everybody the same. You know what? Yes, it happens to fit at this juncture. The other issue is, what if these restaurants stop being restaurants? Then we've got these bump outs, and Mr. Michael did offer that if they stopped being restaurants and went to straight retail, you could get rid of the patios, but I question whether we would want to approach it that way. Okay, anybody else? Comments or questions? If not, we're going to start going to public comment unless Mr. Michael wants to wrap up. Staff, anybody?
Just one last comment on what you just mentioned that I'd like to say. These patios are put in for the safety aspects of the intersection to make the intersections function better. And not specifically saying that because to give some people unfair treatment. If, you know, I just want to make sure that that's the purpose, whether we have it as a sidewalk area or we have it as a green space area. Those could be modifications that we would make, but
But Mr. Michael, just where your cursor was there in front of Melly Mellow there, if you drew a straight line from the tip of the green space down to the other tip of the green, right there, it goes straight down to there. And all that pavement to the right of your cursor, all in there, if that were all true green space, you'd have room to put in a tree or two of some size, would you not?
correct. And there's probably room to put a tree in this area. There's room to probably put a tree here, probably a tree here as well. Maybe even a tree over in this area. Those are all spots that we've looked at. I know we put 2 or 3 trees in at Elm Street as part of those plans. Another thing that we have to look into considering is there's a lot of underground utilities in these areas, and that's one thing that we struggle with putting in trees, is making sure that there's places for them to grow. I have had a conversation with Joy Messina and with the Tree Conservancy. We may be doing some sort of partnership where they do some of these underground areas for the root structures to grow in a couple other spots on Greenwich Avenue. So we're looking at that. We've had good luck. We had the developer at the bottom of Greenwich Avenue do that as part of their development when they redid that building that now has East End in it when that building came in. And those trees seem to be thriving. So we're looking at, can we do that type of installation here? We left trees out of this graphic so that people could see what we're doing and showing all the different features of it.
Yeah. Last question. I think Mr. Not to speak for him, but Mr. Wells brought this up yesterday. Was there any consideration to making Arch Street one way, consistent with Greenwich Avenue, heading north to south or southwest or whatever it is?
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier in the presentation, we did look at making Arch Street one way. We looked at making many of the other roads one way. When we do that, we actually find that there's going to be more traffic, more vehicles going through, for instance, the intersection of Arch Street and Greenwich Avenue. And that caused us concern with the safety aspects of it, because we know that it's a very busy intersection currently. So that was looked at. We did do a study on it. And as part of our plan, we did.
Was there a negative impact perceived on neighboring streets if you were to adopt that?
Yes, actually, if I remember the graphic, I looked at it last night. Probably 75-80% of the roads in the downtown had increased traffic volumes on them, just because of the circulation process. Right. So when you start looking at, for instance, Mason Street, they were anticipating in some cases a few thousand vehicles increased on Mason Street because of a one-way right. plan. So it's one of those things where, you know, The traffic's going to be there. We just have to figure out how to route it. And if they have to circle around the block to get where they need to go, that just increases traffic on these other roads. And so we stopped that study about at the 75-80% when we were getting to results that we didn't think were the best.
Now, Diane Fox sent us an email after, because she had been listening to the briefing yesterday, and she said that what they had studied was it being one-way northbound. Is that what you studied this time, or did you study southbound?
I'd have to go back and look. I do know that when we looked at it before, I know it's been studied multiple times, probably when Diane Fox was the director there. And then more recently, one of the challenges we do have with Arch Street is there's a lot of volume coming off of exit 3. And that traffic has to go somewhere when it gets to that intersection. And so that's what we have to look at. So,
and if I could, I've mentioned, we've all discussed this before, one of our highest traffic accident intersections in town is the intersection of Sound Beach and Arch, which is
Sound View, yeah.
Sound View and Arch, as everybody comes off of 95. That's one of the most, and because of course, you know, that stop sign is horrendous and people get tired of waiting there, which is what's also happening at Elm Street right now with the pedestrians. They just start wandering across and then the cars just start going. Okay, anything else from the commission, and we can turn to public comment? All right, turning to public comment, folks, everybody's got it. Raise your virtual hands. Just give us a sense for how many people are going to speak. 8, 9. All right, we've got 10 speakers. Why don't we, 11, why don't we shoot for giving everybody 3 minutes? And yes, 3 minutes, and try to, now instructions for people. We've read all your emails. If you referenced the comments you made, we'll know. And if you could avoid repeating what the speaker before you said, those 2 things would help get your points across. I see that there are people here who are going to talk about the parking. We would really, one of the things we didn't say to Mr. Michael that concerned us yesterday at the briefing was that we're gaining parking in the less congested part of the, a slightly less congested part of the avenue. It's always tough to find parking down by Grigg Street. And we're gaining the parking further up. And I believe a couple of people have pointed that out. Okie doke. Alan Gunsberg is the first to go. And Mr. Gunsberg, if you would go ahead. And Patrick, you'll demote and I'll promote. Okay. I don't know why I talk loud the rest of the time.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Hello, Mr. Gunsberg.
Esteemed members of the committee. First of all, it's July, so happy 32nd anniversary to the ADA, something that was not mentioned at all during this conversation.
I'm so sorry. Happy anniversary, Mr. Gunsberg.
Well, and President Bush, who signed that into law, it's 32 years. The road without realignment will never be in compliance. The parking stalls are absolutely not in compliance. I know I heard you before, we don't have to comply. We do have to comply.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Gunsberg. It's just the traffic lights that we can make them historic.
That's fine, but we have to comply with the ADA.
Yeah.
And the road is awful. And you've read my note. And I'm not going to continue. But the only thing that I have to say above and beyond that is, who on the Greenscape Committee is a ADA specialist?
You're welcome to join us.
Am I?
Of course.
Well, all I'm hearing is a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And I'm not hearing anything that takes us to the point where people like me and people on my committee and people around town will feel safe again. Like we were saying, I don't feel safe walking down that street anymore.
Yes, I believe that Mr. Yeski made that point. He walks the avenue pretty much every day of the week, and he made that point. I hope he doesn't mind my saying he's a senior. So,
No,
No,
I'm proud of that.
I
What are
have
you
nothing
kidding?
more to say. I appreciate your,
so we will, and if you heard fear, concern, and doubt, you know that our job is to take an application and improve it. If we just said, wow, this is just like, we're done here, you know, you'd be disappointed at us. So we're trying to optimize it. We opened with the safety issues, and we know that the safety enhancements are critical, but at the same time, we'd like to address the historic district and also the sustainability side. Anything else, Mr. Gunsberg?
I'm proud to be part of the Greenscape Committee for this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Agree.
The next person is Jonathan Martin. And after that is Mike Spilo, followed by Matt Pop. Mr. Martin, if you would unmute. Mr. Martin. There you go. Okay.
Sorry,
for it.
maybe push a lot more buttons than last time.
Wait, no, yeah. Okay.
Can you
Yeah,
see me?
we're good. Yeah, we're good.
Great. I don't want to hit on the parking issues too much. I'll be very brief, but realigning parking coming off of Grigg Street and putting patios for restaurant use with taxpayer funds is grossly inequitable to the retailers down there. Now, I do have one point that I haven't heard brought up, or a couple, but one of the most important ones is how the outdoor seating is now. It can be removed in the winter, and retailers rely on 60% of their business between Thanksgiving and Christmas, and not putting a patio there where people can't park would be a real big plus for retailers when this outdoor seating is not needed. So turning something into a patio for the benefit of two restaurateurs right there on Grigg Street just isn't fair to their neighbors. Besides that, we're already at a very narrow point, especially down on Grigg Street, right? So if we narrow it more, we're going to create a pinch point there. And all these restaurants and retailers have huge trucks that come through every day. And if you let huge trucks come through and then they stop and then cars back up and then everyone gets more frustrated, and frustrated drivers are not safe drivers. And going to the safety issues, I think your idea and some of the commission has said to put in stoplights, it sounds like it'd be much more beneficial towards safety to have a stoplight with a historical period look to it, than take away parking and make all these nodes that are just going to affect businesses in a negative way. And again, there didn't seem to be a huge safety issue on Greenwich Ave that was ever brought up until there was funding looking for an issue. And I'll leave you with that. I know I'm on the timer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martin. The next speaker is Mike Spilo, followed by Matt Pop, followed by Peter Alexander. Mr. Spilo, if you would go ahead. I know he's here.
I'm muted, sorry. Thank
Okie
you.
dokie.
Thanks for
Hello,
hearing
Mr.
me.
Spilo.
Hi, how are you? Thank you all for all the hard work you put into all of this, and your time on this. I had some questions through you, perhaps. There were some discussion about Mason Street and Bruce Place, which were not seemingly addressed by Mr. Michael's presentation. I don't know if that's still part of the plan, and how that integrates with it and whether or not it integrates with it. I'd like to say that with respect to the major issues, I would add that safety and traffic, that aside from safety, traffic and parking are a major issue and major concern, as the vast majority of users of the downtown area are not within walking distance of the downtown. And that traffic and parking seem like a more pressing issue than safety, which has not been a major concern. Mr. Gunsberg notwithstanding. So with regards to the parking issue, I would note that the parking spaces that were counted by Mr. Michael were net of lost loading zones and no parking areas, which could be converted to parking now. And therefore, it's not an apples and apples comparison, nor are parking spots off the avenue equivalent to parking spots on the avenue. So I would ask to see a more comprehensive list of exactly where the parking spots are added. With respect to the safety issue, I would note that the design doesn't seem to be in compliance with the standards that Mr. Michael is alluding to. If one Googles the safe intersection design and looks at the diagrams, you'll note that most of them, and in particular, this is in reference to the Arch Street intersection, most of them are perpendicular to the intersection and don't overlap the intersection. Unlike, I sent an email on this issue and some diagrams.
And just so you know, you sent that email right before we started, and I've distributed to the commission, but none of us have read it. I don't think so. You can go ahead.
I've seen that. Yes. So you can look at the diagrams at your leisure. I think the current design of the intersection is very non-standard and confusing. I'd also note that Fawcett currently has the bump outs, and if you look at the number of accidents at the Fawcett intersection, they're roughly equivalent to the ones at Arch Street. So I have serious concerns about the designs as they stand, and I would not recommend them unless these issues were addressed, especially with regards to the amount of traffic and traffic flow on the avenue, which is really key to the merchants in the area.
Yes, it was a very good point you raised, because I had kind of put it all together, but you're right. Parking has to be thought about where we're giving up spaces. Are we giving up, and are we adding them in the wrong places? And are we giving up too many?
Well, also the flow of traffic through the avenue, because it's essentially a large parking lot, and how many people can be accommodated in a given amount of time moving in and out of that area is really key to the success of the merchants in the area and to our own ability as residents of the town to use the area effectively. And so the turnover rate is a function of the speed of the traffic going through all of those intersections, including Elm Street. And I'm not aware of any kind of data from Public Works that has shown that this redesign does not negatively impact the flow of traffic on the avenue and off the avenue. Speeding isn't a concern. Number of cars we can accommodate is a concern.
Really?
Any questions from the commission? I see Dennis, did you have a question?
Not a question. I think speeding is a concern on the avenue too.
Yeah.
The average speed on the avenue is 19 miles an hour. The 85% is 22 miles an hour, according to state data. So that, it seems fast from the pedestrian, but it's below the limits for that kind of.
All you need is one car doing in excess of that, which they do, to have a tragic accident. So numbers are interesting.
Very helpful, Mr. Spilos. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Matt Pop, followed by Peter Alexander, followed by Alex Pop. And Mr. Pop, if you would unmute.
Good evening, Matthew Pop, landscape architect. My comments refer just to the Arch Street intersection. I was originally, I think, in favor of the bump outs and the extra landscaping that goes along with them. But then when I saw the design, I was very disappointed. It's very engineered. The walkways don't align with the plaza focal points. There's landscape beds clutter the site. I think there's like 22 to 24 of them. One Historic District Committee member said that the plan looked like it was developed for a pre-design 101 design class. And I agree. Another member of that committee said this is the soul of the town. So I wrote a letter. There's 14 points. I had a couple of co-signers. I just want to review maybe like 2 or 3 of them. I can't figure out why there's a bypass lane in the middle of the bump out. As Mr. Michael said, it's kind of a cut through area designed for cars to fly through the intersection. You know, without that bump out, I mean, without that
The
bypass
triangle.
lane. Yep. Yes. Without
So
that.
I'm sorry, I'm going to give you 5 more seconds at the end,
Sure.
but so what you're suggesting is instead of having those 2 triangles, fill the area southwest of them so that the pedestrian keeps going so that you actually bump that whole thing and the car has to come all the way around?
Exactly, because right now
Okay.
you'll need a stop sign before the crosswalk. You'll need a stop sign after that crosswalk. When a car turns down Greenwich Avenue at that stop sign, you know, the back of that car is going to be into that crosswalk. So people are going to be walking outside the crosswalk behind the car.
You can start.
So to me, I just don't understand, you know, for a safety reason, how that works out. The next is cars coming down Greenwich Avenue
Pat.
really can't use those parking spaces proposed on Arch Street. They would have to drive down Greenwich Avenue, cross 3 crosswalks, turn down Greg Street, which is already congested and small, and back up Arch Street to access those. To me, that doesn't make sense. There was some concern about the monument, the War Monument, and grading. I didn't see any grading plan submitted with the application. No, if there was a grading plan submitted, we'll know if there's a retaining wall needed or what the slopes are of that walkway to the War Monument. This is too important, I think, of a project to be designed by in-house or DPW staff. When it's designed in-house, you miss the peer review. Like nobody's reviewing the project and for the town because it's being designed by the town. It would be a great project for this to be reviewed by ARC.
Well, so
I know-
Greenscape has everybody. So that's what we're thinking.
Very
That's
good.
expert review.
I was glad to hear that. I know that this is a conceptual plan, but with the Glenville streetscape, it went from conceptual plan to working drawings, to final drawings. So I just don't want to, have this, pass and say it's going to be revised, and then it doesn't get revised. And I'd just like to make one more point is that the Plan of Conservation Development guiding principle number 1 says that we should preserve our community character and sense of place. Again, preserve our community character and sense of place. And I think the Historic District Committee voted 8 against that. And I think that this application failed to meet that guiding principle. Thank you very much. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Peter Alexander. Oops, in trouble getting him in. Okay, and after that, Alex Pop, then David Wald, and then Renee Zablotnig. And Mr. Alexander, if you would unmute. And Mr. there you go. Go ahead. Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander, you are unmuted. You should be able to speak. Okay, we're going to go back. We're going to go on to Mr. Pop, and we'll leave Mr. Alexander there in case he solves his tech issues. Mr. Pop, Alex Pop, this is. And if you would unmute, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to talk on this. Regarding the bowling monument, I just want to make sure that everybody knows that the Historic District Commission, some of those members agreed that the current plan does not enhance the memorial. And they didn't take a vote on that issue. But like me, some of them thought that we need to preserve the grass area in front of that monument.
Mhm.
Now, I've been to Valley Forge maybe 10 times in the last 15 years. And I see tourists, walkers, joggers, bicyclists, and I doubt that any of them are going to see the monuments of von Steuben or Anthony Wayne. They're attracted to the openness. It's vast, it's peaceful, it's calm. Those wide green fields are probably more important than the monument, or they should be at least considered as part of the monument. So I don't think we should be destroying or taking away any of the grass field in front of any of our monuments. Now, I know my brother spoke about the Arch Street bypass. May I just, I'm just a regular citizen, and I just think that they're problematic. It creates an unnecessary hazard, and I don't think it increases or enhances safety. If I'm driving down Greenwich Avenue, someone will cross at the northern end, so that's the first stop I might have to look at. Then at Starbucks, there's the second crosswalk that someone might cross at. And now I have to pay attention to someone entering Greenwich Avenue from Arch Street. So it's an additional stop or hazard. And my brother also mentioned about those Arch Street parking spaces, there's a dozen of them. What's to prevent somebody from using the direct route across the avenue if they're going to like Versailles or if they're going to get ice cream? I would take the handicap entrance that's below the bump out. It leads me directly into Greenwich Avenue, and it's probably about 100 feet below the bump out. So for me, it's just kind of mind-boggling, and it doesn't seem to be adding safety. Someone walking up the avenue, crossing that Arch Street, now there's an additional street that they have to cross. It just doesn't make any sense. But thank you.
Got you. A lot of concern about those triangles and also to emphasize the monuments, right?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is David Wold. And Mr. Wold, if you would unmute, please.
Now
There
you
you
can
go.
hear me.
Yes.
Good, great. I'm glad to hear that you will be approaching the veterans and having discussions with them on the memorials, the Civil War and the Bowling Monument. I see in your drawing that you still are missing the Civil War memorial, but I will not take up time on that. What I would like to ask is, you're very specific in your presentation that there is 7,280 square feet of green space. How many square feet of green space or lawn on the Havemeyer field are you taking away to line the Arch Street?
So Mr. Michael, if you would take a note of that question, we'll get back to you after the speakers are done.
Secondly, by aligning Arch Street, as they call it, down by Bowling Place, instead of doing it closer to Greenwich Avenue, you take away any possibility of traffic coming out that way and sightline. There are 2 old trees there that you have promised to preserve. You have the raised parking space for the Board of Ed. I have been down there cross-checking multiple times, and there is no way you can see traffic coming southbound. Thirdly, I wonder, since this is based on a state grant, have you been in contact with the State Historical Preservation Organization, who are there to assist in designing these solutions based on the grant money? And last, I would like to draw the attention to Grigg and Fawcett intersection and bump outs. When the pedestrian is standing there waiting to cross the road, there is no doubt what direction the pedestrian is going to go. If you go up to Arch Street intersection, Greenwich Avenue and Arch Street, every bump out, every pedestrian waiting station has multiple choices to cross. So you will have an endless amount of cars coming down, not sure if he's crossing in front of you or if he is crossing the street southbound. And that will lock up a whole bunch of cars inside the box, which would then cause traffic jams. Today, you have only 2 crosswalks. People know where you're going. In this new layout, you don't have any. So otherwise, I refer to my emails, but I think the sight line on Bowling Place is important. There is nothing wrong with moving that alignment, as you call it, all the way up to Arch Street. I would like to know how many square feet you're removing of the Havemeyer field. And last but not least, Peter Testy brought this up at the Barham Park. If you remove from the parkland in Greenwich, you have to replace it with other open space and not 14 small pocket parks for people to enjoy outdoors. So where is whatever square feet you're removing, where are you replacing it in downtown Greenwich? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wold. Our next speaker is Renee Zablotnig. Where's my hook man? Ms. Zablotnig, whenever you're ready.
He's here. I thought someone else was operating the clock.
Well, yeah, but you could be the hook because I was taking notes.
All right, I hear you. I wasn't sure. Now I am.
Yeah, it's my hook man. So he's got a name now, Nick.
Got it.
All righty, Ms. Zablotnig, if you would unmute, we're ready for you. There you go.
Okay, thank you very much. I've heard several mentions of the historic interest in this neighborhood. And I think we're really skating past some real issues here.
Okay.
This area that we're talking about is a historic district. It's on the National Register of Historic Places. That
correct.
does nothing for protection. However, the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act covers such properties and districts under section 22A, 19A, and this state law compels us to protect such historic districts.
I'm sorry, Ms. Zablotnig, that you thought we were skating past it. We spent maybe we're not at all. We are aware that SEPA protects National Register from unwarranted demolition, for an unreasonable demolition. The commission has spent a lot of time on that, but please go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry. No, it protects against unreasonable destruction, and destruction doesn't have to be a building torn down.
Yes, ma'am.
I really do think we need to brief this really carefully. I agree that the State Historic Preservation Office would probably have some input, but I have heard a number of questions raised, like exactly what are the boundaries of this historic district?
We have the boundaries. I can email them to you. We have the actual district designation. We all have the file on it.
Then I'm sorry if I've taken up your time.
No, ma'am.
unnecessarily.
No, ma'am. We do know the boundaries. We all have the National Register nomination. We use it for other things. We always have.
Okay.
So go ahead. So we know where the
Great.
boundaries are.
Well, I just really think we need to have this addressed more carefully as to, are we overstepping protections by some of the changes that are being made to the area? And I'm sorry, I don't have a brief for you today, but I really don't think we should make I would ask you not to make a decision without having further briefing on it.
So, ma'am, just to catch you up because on our discussion, and would you just stop the clock for a sec, Patrick? Because I know you're very interested in this topic. So the way our discussion went today is a couple of us have listened to more than a couple of us, we all listened to the Historic District Commission review of this application. because it's online and available. Some of us attended it live. We all had notes on what the HDC, as we call them, commented, the specific comments that they made. The most important comment that they made was that they didn't feel the design was in keeping with the Beaux-Arts era landscape design and street design of the contributing structures. So what we're proposing, we actually have somebody on the commission who is an architect and has specialization in the Beaux-Arts period. What we're proposing is that this design be amended by our Greenscape Task Force, our Greenscape Committee, including the Historic District Commission, but also with the input. We have 2 landscape architects, and we can always tap on the architect who has the background in the era in Beaux-Arts. The changes are not complicated, and they could be done to enhance and to be consistent with the era of the National Register District. And we're very focused on that. So what we're saying to Mr. Michael that we'd like to do is to take his proposal and make some changes, send it on to the Greenscape Task Force and have them make some changes so that it enhances the characteristics of the National Register District. And in so doing, what Mr. Wold picked up is that one of the things that occurs in Beaux-Arts landscape and streetscape design is that you bring the eye to monuments, to important monuments. So we would try to do that along with, of course, enhancing safety, which, as people are pointing out to us, should be safety and parking and convenience should be top priorities. But we also have to protect the National Register District, and we feel very strongly about that. Sorry, I went out a lot. You've got 50 more seconds, but I wanted to just make sure everybody heard where the commission was on this.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, ma'am. I didn't know if you were done. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's, no, if I have further comments, I will.
Write
send
us
I
and
will
send
be
us
happy.
comments. And
I
anything
will.
we do from here on in, it's always public notice meetings. Anybody can listen and send in comments. That we don't always take live input, but we will have public notice. It'll be a very open process.
Great, thank you, as it
Thank you,
always
ma'am.
is.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Nancy Dickinson, who also has been very active in this. Ma'am, if you would go ahead whenever you're ready. Oh, wait, she didn't get in. That's why she's not talking. My bad. All right, try 3rd time. It'll be the charm. There she goes. After that is Alyssa Kalishan, Stephanie Cowie, and Peter Alexander is back. Hopefully it'll work for him this time. Ma'am, Ms. Dickinson, if you would proceed, I think you're unmuted. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I am on. Hi, thank you
Hi.
very much for taking my idea. It's not just, I'm a shout out for Carrie Greenbush and her husband. They have designed several town gardens. They are really into native plants. Check out their landscape designs in front of the apartment building across the street from Town Hall. It's buzzing with natural native insects who are pollinating in native plants. That's my first point, is that add them to the green group, the sustainable, please. They're very active and would love to be active. The second thing is, yes, indeed, it would be great to touch base with the Connecticut Preservation. Now I'm
Yes, the State Historic Preservation Organization. Yes, ma'am. We're aware
well,
of them.
there are 2 of them. One is the council. This is not the council. The Preservation Register. And they are the ones who are involved with the National Historic Districts. They are the ones who who looked at the photographs of the 7 buildings to be demolished at the 35 Church Street.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Alyssa Kalishan is next. And if you would unmute. Ms. Kalishan?
Okay.
There, you're all set. Okay,
very-
talk to us about the store owners, the businesses and the parking.
You know what? You have all my comments and so does Jim
Yes.
Michael, so I'm not going to repeat any of that.
Okay.
How I feel, and you know my thoughts on parkings and patios. What I am going to comment on is the commission's pushing back on DPW for more green space. The way we see it on Greenwich Avenue, as much as we love more green space, DPW is overwhelmed with the ability to manage it. And I'm sure Jim could speak at another point in time about it, but there's a lot of weeds up and down the avenue on the curbs. There's overgrown weeds in flower beds outside of Hinoki. The weeds are now taking on flowers. So as much as we would love it to be greener, if we can't maintain it, commission, then we shouldn't do it. And maybe we can request the DPW to go for a grant for some more beautification monies so that they can support. If you look at even the Elm Street bump outs, while they're pretty right now, in the winter, they're barren. And then there's mulch all over the place. And again, I know that the manpower is tight. So before we put in any more green space, we need to be able to manage it. There's brown grass all over the avenue. So we just have to be conscious of that as we plan going ahead.
So, Ms. Kalishan, we're probably going to propose something that's going to seem kind of controversial to folks. As we've studied what would be consistent with the National Register District, it would actually be stuff that's a lot easier to maintain. And so we could get rid of paving and yet not have high maintenance landscaping. They had simpler straight lines, evergreen. Those may be, so that's kind of, we're headed in the direction of history, and the history turns out to be lower maintenance, thank goodness. So we think that may be a win-win.
Good.
Like that. Now, on the parking, we're fighting for the parking spaces. We did see all of your email, and a couple of other people have mentioned it too. So we are working on that. I know that's always a concern. I know Jim Michael's well aware of how important it is to the retailers.
He is. Jim knows, and Jim's, I know, working on every last space possible.
Yes, he is. Thank you. Anything else?
That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Always a pleasure. All righty, our next speaker, wait, two more, wait. All right, Stephanie Cowie. And then Peter Alexander. I hope your tech is good now, Mr. Alexander. Okay, Stephanie's on her way in.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. It's good to have you here.
So sorry, it looked like I was elevated to a panelist and I have no idea why, so it gave me a different prompt. So thank you for your time today. You all had received my note to all of you about my recent incident that I had on the avenue, which was quite scary. But one thing that I heard today a lot about was about the numbers of safety, and that it really doesn't point to the need for something like this. And we were really focusing on accidents. And I really want to make note that mishaps are never reported. So certain things that happen, whether you're on the wrong side of the street, someone's driving across to you, someone almost runs you over in the crosswalk, those things are really never reported. So I think if you were to go around and stand at the corners, you could probably count about 10 to 15 by hour, and that's on a low number, I would just venture to guess. But also in terms of that thought is that it is about safety, number one. And yes, it is a historic district and we must preserve it. But we also have to either then make a decision about, do we limit traffic that moves onto the avenue? I mean, then that hurts our commerce, our retail, our restaurants. I mean, it's a hard balance to make and meet. And hats go off to DPW, and they are experts at what they're doing. And, utilizing an outside consultant or other people is a great idea, but you must understand that they are experts in their field. And what they are proposing, they're working with what they have. In lieu of any police officers on the avenue, and God forbid you use the word traffic lights, then we'll have a whole other host of concerns with those as well. But I do want to make sure that we do keep safety in light and in our view. And one other thing I wanted to note, and this is to Alan's point, our avenue is not ADA compliant. So simply paving over it, doing green space is not going to meet those needs. The one other thing that I was going to mention was around Grigg Street and the avenue, right in front of Millie Mello, where there is that patio location. Just so you all know, I don't know if you've been there recently, but that incline there, the grading there on that sidewalk is quite treacherous.
Yes.
So I don't know if anyone has seen that, but it's very difficult. So I would say that patio would also serve to correct some of that grading that really is quite impossible for many to walk. Do I have any more time, or am I done?
You've got 28 seconds, but can you stop the clock a sec, Patrick? So there was something I wasn't clear on that you said. You're saying that we not prioritize converting the paving to green? Is that what you said?
No, maybe it came across that way. What I'm saying is we were also concerned about the green space, which I completely understand. But the amount of traffic and people who are on the avenue, the space that is necessary to handle those numbers, we need that space to traverse the avenue as a pedestrian. And then obviously the avenue of the cars. But if we don't have that area to get around and walk around safely, I think we're doing harm to everyone. And I'm here parking since I was first moved here in 21 years ago, and that has never changed, and it won't change. And we all need to understand that parking on the avenue will be quite difficult. So I think we all have so much to try to answer, and there are so many stakeholders and needs, and the historic district, obviously preservation is very important, but I do think we still have to keep that number one thing in mind, is that safety aspect. And I think that while we say accidents that happen in these intersections, 90% of them aren't even reported as to what's an incident. So, and even if you found an officer on the avenue, which I did that day, I did say, hey, did you happen to see the guy driving up the avenue in the wrong direction? And they said, oh, no, I didn't see that. So there's no filing of any notification as to what happened. And I think that happens quite often with many other people. So I still have to say ADA safety, we really do need to find a quick balance and a balance here today. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, sorry, you guys, I ran over. I just wanted to make sure that I understood Steffi's comments. Our last speaker is Peter Alexander. All right, fingers crossed for his tack. Here he comes. All right, Mr. Alexander, give it a shot. Okay,
You need to unmute.
I know, Mr. Alexander. No, Mr. Alexander, you're muted. If you could unmute. He's still muted. Mr. Alexander. Oh, good. Now you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Seriously?
Yeah, you finally did it. There you go.
I mean, I brought GIS to town, but I can't even figure out how to talk to you guys. Well, that's a different story. We're really excited about listening to this meeting from the beginning, especially some of the fun jokes that you guys were making about each other. I'm really, and then a colleague, landscape architect, speaks up. You guys were accusing each other of being just mere architects or engineers, but here we go with the real stuff, right? But my three little quick points, I promise, is I understand that I haven't seen anyway a study of Greenwich being two-way. And my understanding is that for a period of 50 years, there were no accidents and serious injuries on Greenwich Avenue. Now, that was when I was on the Historic District Commission, we looked into something like that. So I was wondering if that has been a factor, because it could change things. The other thing is the Havemeyer building is a fabulous story. And I think we should look at this whole area as something not only worth preserving, but enhancing. When I was a child in the 50s, there were a lot of kids on Greenwich Avenue, including all of us who went to St. Mary's Grammar School. And I think we should make it kid-friendly again. The wonderful athletic fields nearby, and I think we should really celebrate. I know Mr. Havemeyer made most of his money on getting people too much sugar, but he still did give that fabulous building to the town. So I think it's too soon to vote on a yes or no on this. I'd love to see more input, but thank you for getting this so wide open and having so many inputs. We're still a town. We're still a town.
Thank you very much, sir. All righty, and that's it for the public input. You can take the clock down. All right, you had two questions, Mr. Michael, that you needed to answer for the public.
The question I had like one-ish, but maybe you can remind me of the second one. How many square feet of removal in front of the Havemeyer property? I don't have that. To be honest, there is no removal of the Havemeyer property. There is no removal of any of the dedicated park land. So all the work that's being done is within the town right of way. So that's the technical answer on that part. The other thing that I had written down that I did want to say is I did want to thank Alyssa for some of the work she does in town with maintaining some of these landscape beds a lot of times. And she talked about managing, and yes, DPW does struggle to manage, along with parks, a lot of these landscape beds. We understand that. We do have a dedication to make these landscape beds a priority, and we will be also looking for partnerships with local business owners. And Alyssa and her company have adopted some of the beds along Route 1 in front of one of her buildings. And they're one of the things that a lot of people point to as places that is there. So we look for those partnerships. We will continue to work with the property owners. I do know that Mr. Malkin and his company works hard on the property in front of the Restoration Hardware building as well. That's a partnership he has with parks. So we look at those as opportunities to help keep these green spaces up to, in nice working order. We also have to think about, when we do plant selection, the way that we maintain Greenwich Avenue for snow removal. We use a significant amount of salt on Greenwich Avenue because there isn't a lot of place to store snow along the roadway. So we do a lot of trying to melt that. So we do have to think about plant selection that is salt tolerant. And that went into a lot of the choices when we did the ones there at Elm Street. And so that was a significant thing that we've looked into. We have heard the fact that people want more evergreen stuff that's green throughout the year. And we've talked with, we've been working with Dr. Kramer, the tree warden, to give us some additional plant ideas for adding to those areas. I know when we did the Elm Street one you guys had similar comments to work with Greenscape and the tree warden on that plan. We did, submit, the tree warden actually created the landscape plan that is at the Elm Street thing provided that to us and ran that by a couple of the members of ARC. So that was part of the plan we did as at Elm Street. So we definitely work with that. We do utilize consultants. We've been working with SLR, formerly Malone McBroom, on many of this stuff for the Route 1, or not the Route 1, the Greenwich Avenue stuff here. We've been working with them since 2016 on this project. So they've had a significant amount of input on this, and we think that they're a fairly well-qualified company that has been giving us input. So.
Yes, and what we added, Mr. Barilak, before I talk, go ahead.
Oh, I just had one follow-up question, Mr. Michael. I wanted to sort of re-ask Mr. Wald's question a little differently. Accepting that none of the proposed relocation of the street is outside of the town's right-of-way, nonetheless, I think some of it does move into what is now what I recall to be grassy area. I think the question was, right-of-way aside, do you have a number for the square footage of the grassy area that will become pavement?
I don't have that specific number available to me, but I can look to bring it up and then, and get that back to you in the near future. So
thank you.
And then we have Mr. Levy, whom I have been crediting with all sorts of Beaux-Arts expertise.
Thank you, but I think architects in general do have much of that training. I just want to kind of recap and clarify a few things. I assume that the applicant is committed to this idea of working on the design and elaborating on and coming up with a more sensitive design that approaches the Beaux-Arts issues in this design. And there are a few fun words that we use, like amoeba-esque and too much pavement. I look forward to you coming back and showing that you've understood the issues. You can always ask us more questions as we go along, and see some progress with dealing with these issues. I think that things like the diagonal parking on Arch Street might be too far reach. It creates a lot of pavement there, and I think that could be narrowed. Just to put in, you could add parallel parking there, and maybe you don't get quite as many spots, but I think it would go a long way to creating a less of an encroachment on the redesign of a rather unique downtown Beaux-Arts design that exists. So sometimes less is more, because as much more that we can preserve the asymmetric axiality of this historic district, the more you will preserve the character of it. So by adding so much to it, you are refocusing attention away from what was existing. And I think that you have an opportunity to kind of think about that and come back with things that make the design more about Greenwich, and I appreciate everything that needs to be done. You're the expert on making sure that this is done right, but I think that there's not one design. I think that there are many thoughtful things that can be done to rethink some of these design choices, to bring it much more into keeping with with what Greenwich is. I think I said enough.
I think you said it perfectly. And just to full circle, is that what we were suggesting yesterday and have re-suggested today is that we have a group of experts on the Greenscape Task Force. We would have to step back because if one of us is at Greenscape, we then can't be seated on the application. But we have Richard Hine, the chairman of the ARC, of the Architectural Review Committee. We have John Conti, who is a landscape architect. We have conservation. We have Jim Michael. I assume he'll bring Ian Brown with him. We have Joanne Messina, if we want her there. And very importantly, we have Greg Kramer. So what we kicked around yesterday, and I'd like to propose to the commission now, is that we refer this item to the Greenscape Committee for their input, and that we send them, the commission can send a memorandum to Greenscape. Katie is on the Greenscape Task Force of what we would like to see. Jim Michael will then say, oh, that's the salt and whatever, but I actually think we can help, for example, with maintenance, because Beaux-Art landscaping seems to be lower maintenance, and it may be easier for you, Jim Michael. It might be simpler. The design might end up a lot simpler. So we'd like you to, I'm saying I'd like to refer it to Greenscape and send them instructions of what our outcome is like. I've got extensive notes. I bet all of you guys do. And they work with Jim Michael and we get to that outcome. I would not suggest that we go to SHPO because we have, I don't think people knew in the audience, we have extraordinary historical resources that we ourselves tapped when we were working on Church Street. Because we were aware, of course, of the SEPA clause, and we tapped our own resources. We have people with expertise in town. I think we can do that part ourselves. But I do think we need to check back in with a few other groups once the design has been. And Mr. Michael, don't be crestfallen here. We're not talking, I don't think we're talking about major change. We're talking about tweaks that will make a huge difference, that from what we've heard from everybody saying. And
I don't think you should shirk the idea of changing things. It's not necessarily tweaks.
I'm just saying,
I wouldn't
shirking.
characterize it that.
I'm trying to talk him down from the ledge or off the Mayanis Bridge, whatever is, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made that joke, but I'm trying to make sure he's not on the ledge, that we're going to totally revamp something he's been working on for a long time. But a lot of the changes I saw were pretty straightforward and simple, and especially with someone like Hine and Conti on board, it gets done quickly. You look at, we did 6.6 miles of the Post Road in very short order, and they then walked it. This is a lot simpler. And they did 6.6 miles and every frickin' tree that would go on the Post Road. So that would be my suggestion. I'd like us to move that. Mr. Michael, what I would suggest is that we not do anything with your MI, because my hope is that if we get a site plan that addresses some of the local controversy, you won't have a problem with the MI. And that we would get this done. Our target would be to finish. This has to be quick. If we were to decide it, is there any way we can get it done? Can we get the changes done by the August 2nd meeting in case, or don't make that face, Mr. Wells. It's not even a grumpy face. All right, so maybe August 2nd.
An incredulous face.
Okay, how about September, you guys? Could we get everything done by September so they could submit?
Well, maybe, I was assuming it would take longer, as I think Mr. Wells was thinking, but maybe these wonderkins of Hine and et cetera, that will address this immediately and come up with a brilliant.
Why don't we give that
Might
a
need
first?
to get some feedback.
Yeah, why don't we give them, let's put together some input. Let's, we'll all draft our pieces and send them to Katie to put together. Is that okay with you guys?
Okay.
Then we try to get the Wonderkins. And if it can't be done in short order, then we confer with, then Katie, you'd need to talk to Jim Michael, because we need, I don't want him to, I don't want to spend an eternity doing this, but given how quickly Greens
Then
and
I think
effectively,
actually with Wonderkins,
yeah,
set a deadline. It's got to be done by. And I think actually for Mr.
I know
Michael's,
them.
Mr. Michael actually understanding, he's got to process and resubmit, et cetera. So he knows how fast he can actually turn that design around, or those tweaks, as you're saying, got on a piece of paper and get it back in. So set a deadline, tell him you got to
Stretch.
have this done by, and let it
stretch
go.
targets, Mr. Wells, stretch
Well,
target.
why don't we try to that point, try to set the target that will come back to the August meeting? Because if for whatever reason it has to go past the August meeting, the commission needs to take a vote on the MI to defer.
Okay, let's do that. I've alerted Mr. Hine, who is the chair of Greenscape, that this might potentially, after the briefing yesterday, I alerted him that there was a chance this would be coming their way. This is a group that has worked very well together. Let's see if we could do it.
And tell us how excited he was about the prospect.
He has a lot of passion for the avenue. He and John
Great.
Conti were instrumental in doing the nodes.
Perfect.
And obviously all those meetings are open to the public, but I think I heard what you were saying before, that the other group thing, that once there's something that's been formulated, if you will, that we could maybe circle with Mr. Gunsberg and his group, just informally even perhaps, and just make sure that the plan looks okay.
I think we keep it, it's all a public, they can listen, they can send emails, but I think we need to keep it high performing. They can listen, send input, and then we go circle out and quickly validate with everybody, because you have to get the disabilities people.
We've offered Mr. Gunsberg membership on this
Yeah,
committee.
we did, but we said he was welcome to come to all the meetings, and at the end, we could have a little, what we used to do with Greenscape is at the very end, people get to pipe up and say what they think we did wrong. And the other thing is a commissioner can volunteer for it, just that person will have to recuse. But so anybody would rather work on the design.
Are you twisting arms?
No,
Are you volunteering people?
no.
Okay.
Did you hear me volunteer you? No.
I nominate Nick.
No. Nick has to go deal with a DOT now. All right. So, Mr. Michael, it sounds like we're torturing you, but we think we can get you around. We think we're hoping we can address enough issues that this will become non-controversial. You get all the stakeholders involved, you get everybody's voice, and that it won't be controversial anymore, because everybody will feel like they've been heard. There is a balancing act, and some people won't be happy with where we balance, but that's, at least we tried. Okay, should we make a motion for that we are referring it, or do we just quietly agree unless someone objects?
No motion needed.
No
for
motion.
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And Mr. Michael, I mean, we're happy to, we like the concept of the bump outs. I like it. I'm sorry. I like the concept of enhancing safety. Very much like the concept of enhancing safety. So I support the objective overall, but I just think we can fix it around some of the elements.
Yes, because there are a multitude of complications which everybody's been listening to, that can be addressed.
Yes.
And will make for a good design.
And that one thing, just saying on the record, Mr. Camillo kept the avenue alive during COVID. And I think this is another step to preserving the vitality of the avenue. And it's just a question of getting the execution right. So it's a great idea to focus on the avenue and its economic vitality. Okay, anything
And
else?
I would just, can I just ask, and it doesn't have to be at the meeting here, but if we can get like fairly clear direction on specific points
Yes,
that we want to focus on
you're gonna hate
for
us.
this improvement, so that we have clear direction. And, you know,
Yes,
I thank this commission because, as an engineer, I didn't really know what BOART design
Yeah.
was. So I learned a lot in the last 24 hours about it. So that's something new for me. It's, you know, and Amy Siebert even recommended, hey, maybe we should do a field trip to Paris just to get an extra feel here before the next meeting. But who knows? So
Buenos Aires is another great example of amazing Beaux-Art period
And
architecture.
Greenwich will continue to be.
yes.
Okay, so,
But yeah,
yes,
so
we always
if there's
laugh.
clear direction on which specific things we should be working on, and that way we can do that, because, you know,
So homework assignment for everybody is send Katie an email on what the specific things you want to see. And I would suggest, if you don't mind, do safety is bucket 1, parking and traffic is bucket 2, historic district is bucket 3, open space, green, design, sustainability is bucket 4. But if you don't want to do it that way and you want to be a free spirit, you can be a free spirit. Yes, Jim Michael, we always laugh on the commission that y'all think we want to make everything pretty and we think you want to engineer it all. So no worries. We're happy to try and work, do the teamwork to get to the right answer for the town. And you've done a great job, and we're not diminishing that at all. We're just trying to fix it so that it does some of this additional stuff. Anything else? All right, we're gonna let you go
well,
home.
thank you. Yeah, thank you. And just, yeah, and we'll do our best to keep it so that we can incorporate as much as we can, but still meet the regulations and standards that we are required to do as well. So that's
Yeah,
the only
and-
caveat that we have, that
And
we
the only thing I would do is, where ADA is going to be super important, but in other areas, National Register Historic District will trump. So just be aware that we can pull that card. That if it's not consistent with the register, we will be able to get away with more. All right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. I can't remove him. All right. Folks, it's 6:27. We have Renamba is next with the public hearing. And then after that, we have 1, 2, 3, 5 items, 3 regular items and 2 discussion items left. Go with Renamba now and take a break when we're done with it.
Yes.
Okie dokie. So Mr. Basili, the public hearing is now starting.
Okay.
And so the public hearing and is Mr. Sharma going to want to join us, Mr. Cohen?
I believe he's listening.
But he doesn't want to
he's-
be a panelist? Okay.
I don't think so, no, but we will have a few of our consultants, like John Canning and Tony DeAndrea and Brad Perkins.
Okay, I know we've got questions for Mr. Canning. And Mr. DeAndrea. Okay, so what I would suggest then, from what I understand, Mr. Cohen, there was an error in the zoning map, but you do need to have it opened. So therefore, the commission now opens item 9, Renamba Greenwich LLC for a zoning map amendment at 0 Old Track Road. And this item then is left open until we hear it again.
Yes.
And then we could go to item 10. Correct?
Yes, I wonder if we could present them together, Madam Chair.
Well, are we going to discuss 9, considering that there was an error in the map?
I don't know that there's a, I mean, we can leave it open, which is
Let's
what you're
just
planning to do, so we don't close it.
Yeah, so let's just leave it open and we'll move on to 10.
Yeah, I think I can say what I need to say about the rezoning pretty quickly.
All right, so we're going to do both items 9 and 10 at the same time. Number 10 is a final coastal site plan and special permit for a managed residential community at 0 Old Track Road. Go ahead, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. Just to put everyone back into the picture, which you're, I'm sure, familiar with to some extent. The application tonight is to do 2 things: to amend the zoning map to allow the new MRCO zone to land on our parcel, our applicant's parcel, being a 2.5 acre parcel at the very end of 0 Old Track Road in the GB zone, for the purpose of allowing the proposed development of a managed residential community as defined by the state statutes and by the new section 6-115 of our regulations. In addition, we're also seeking a site plan and special permit approval for the development of that facility. The commission is familiar with this because you've heard it several times before. You've heard a pre-application review on late last year. You adopted the new MRCO zone, and in December of last year, you moved the matter to final on the applicant's preliminary application. And Madam Chair, I would like to include by reference the record of the proceedings before the commission on the preliminary as well. In response to what was clearly a need, well regarded, well known and stated in the POCD, the commission did adopt, as I indicated, the MRCO zone. And the zone was to do a number of things. Its principal use is to allow congregate housing within a managed residential community which provides assisted living services as defined and required by the Department of Public Health, the State Department of Public Health. The commission, in its wisdom, incorporated a number of issues within the zoning regulations applicable to the new 115, including the fact that it must be landed only on a parcel that's already zoned GB in order to require the facility to be developed in a commercially developed part of town, along transportation routes with commercial facilities available. Another requirement is that the facility must be licensed by the State Department of Public Health. Parking was established based on a combination of employees at the peak hour of operation, plus the number of units in the facility. The FAR was increased to 0.75 with potential incentives up to 0.9 based on 2 possible factors. One, which you'll hear about in connection with this site plan application, based upon the fact that parking has been provided mostly on an underground basis, and that incentive is applicable to any facility that has provided for at least 50% of its parking underground. Clearly, that the purpose of that is to encourage green space to be increased above ground, and particularly in light of the use of the facility to allow outdoor use by residents. And there's also a height incentive up to 47.5 feet based on a finding by the commission that there is adequate screening and that the height is not detrimental to the neighborhood. Overall, the commission must make several findings under 6-115 that we're going to be asking the commission to make. First, that the development complies with the normal standards of 615 and 617, that the development provides landscaping, planting, and screening, which mitigate visual impacts on adjoining properties, and that the quality of architecture and landscape treatment and the scale of the development are compatible with adjacent buildings, surrounding land use development, and general neighborhood context. So those are specific findings that the commission must make in order to grant the site plan special permit that we're talking about. And we're hopeful that the commission will determine after listening to our presentation and taking a look at what we've done to bring this to the point of this sought after approval, that the commission will be able to make those findings. If I could turn Patrick to the images, I'd like to go into the issue of why we think that a rezoning is appropriate. Well, that's the cover sheet. It looks nice, but the next image is an aerial shot of the site that in question. And as you note, the site is pretty much the top part of the parcel that's covered with one thing or another. It's 2.5 acres, triangular in shape. To the south, it's bound by the railroad right of way and by I-95. To the east, it's bound by a parking lot, and the parking lot, I believe it's for Lexus automobiles, and further to the east by a multi-family development, and further on by the Equinox Connecticut natural gas building. To the north, it's bound by a fairly steep slope leading to a number of condominium developments. I think it's important to stop for a minute and note that we have been dealing extensively with those residents uphill, being our closest residential neighbors. And you'll hear more about what we've done to work with them in terms of landscape screening, but they have been supportive. And as a matter of fact, as recently as this afternoon, Mr. Lutsky, Ira Lutsky, the president of the Spring Street condominiums, emailed us to reiterate his support. Next image, Pat, is another aerial view. Again, looking straight down, our property is pretty much everything to the west of the straight line next to the driveway to the right. Everything from that straight line is the Lexus car lot. Everything on the other side is our 2.5 acre parcel. At the next slide shows an existing condition survey. As you'll see, it appears to be vacant, that there's actually many vehicles, construction equipment, sheds, storage bins, and that sort of thing. The typical contractor's yard, which it has been for many years. We estimate that it is now covered to the extent of maybe 95% of the area surface by impervious materials. Again, let me stop to say that the proposed development, which you will see that we're presenting, will take about half of this, actually more than half of this area, and turn it into pervious, screened or landscaped areas. Yes. And this is the area that we're seeking to have rezoned. It covers the property of the applicant, does not include the roadbed to Old Track Road. And Pat, the next one is another image of our proposed landscape plan. And again, it gives you a better idea of the degree to which the area that was formerly covered by an impervious contractor's yard is now being turned into a usable landscaped area that will be available to the residents of this development. I'm going to stop with this and then turn it over, if I can, Madam Chair, to Brad Perkins, who talk a little bit about the architecture. We're proposing what will be a 3.5-story building here as a managed residential community, providing all of the services required by the statute: 3 meals a day, full-time laundry and housekeeping service, transportation available for residents, large open areas for recreation and exercise and wellness facilities, that sort of thing. There'll be a total of 30 memory care units, 97 one-bedroom assisted living units, and 7 two-bedroom assisted living units, with a total of 80 parking spaces throughout, all of which will be underground except for 3 visitor spaces in front of the access area. 13 of those underground spaces will be tandem spaces that will be needed and usable only for high volume days. And based upon the applicant's experience, there really is only one high volume day, and that is Sunday, Mother's Day. Before I turn it over to Brad Perkins, I'd like to respond to a couple of points that DPW made, and one of which was followed up by a letter which apparently is just received by Ms. DeLuca from John Tessie. In the DPW report, one, he asked for a few things to be modified to be completed for the drainage summary report, and Tony DeAndrea will take care of that. It says that it can be readily handled. He also makes a number of comments about pedestrian walkways, a couple of issues where he suggests some be changed or modified or added to, which are fine, to the extent, however, that they do not violate ADA requirements. In designing this, we've carefully, obviously, been mindful of ADA issues, and a couple of things he suggests would violate those requirements. But again, we'll talk to Scott see if he will understand what we're talking about. He also asks that we provide for an easement to turn around in that Hammerhead turnaround area that was designed. We're not able really to do an easement for a couple of legal reasons. But my suggestion and request to the commission, thank you, Pat, that's a good idea. It's in the area that's shown as 9 is what we're talking about. That's the area where trucks and emergency vehicles would have access for backing up and turning around in lieu of a full-size cul-de-sac, which does not exist on this property. That's acceptable to DPW, provided we provide some legal means to make sure that happens. My suggestion, Ms. Hellman, is that the commission impose a condition that that area remain open and unimpeded for use by emergency delivery and service vehicles. And I think that would be the best way to handle the issue of ensuring the commission that that area will always be open and not gated or in any way impeded. The final point that Scott, DPW makes is that the roadway, the Old Track Road is not in great shape. He's certainly right about that, and that it should be remilled and repaved. And we would do it, but we would do that really at the end of the installation of utilities and construction work, because it's not going to get any better between now and then. And so we will do it. We will do it at the applicant's cost. One of the points made by the letter which Mr. Tessie just sent in is that we would be interfering with his tenants or occupants of other facilities on the street that he owns, or we don't have the right to do it. We do have the right to make those improvements. We don't need the approval of the owner of any owner of a right-of-way easement, such as the has got the right to make improvements which are necessary or desirable, provided he does not interrupt the use of the road, and we certainly will not be doing that. So with that, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Brad Perkins, who are well-known, well-regarded landscape architect. Thank you, Pat, who will quickly go through some of the design issues that you were interested in and which you mentioned during preliminary. So Brad, if I can find you.
Yep, I'm here.
Good.
Good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to be back with an update. I assume, Madam Chair, that everybody is pretty familiar with the plans of the project and.
Oh, thank you. Yes, indeed we are.
So I won't, there have been some developments though that are worth commenting on. You know, as Bruce introduced, you know the program and who the intended residents are and the plans for the project. We have been refining the architecture, and we did have a very successful a couple of sessions with ARC. They made some quite helpful suggestions. We pretty much incorporated all of them, as we thought they were all positive. And
they're still having you come back, correct?
I think we have to come back after when the drawings are more complete, but they did give a unanimous approval of where we are, and so
they
we
wanted
could
to
come
see
back to you.
50% construction drawings.
Yeah,
Ms.
That's
Elby.
it. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, they just, you know, as is appropriate, they would just want to make sure that when we get into the detailed documentation of the building, that we're delivering what we agreed on at this stage. So, you know, it remains, we've refined it, it remains so we want it to evoke a large shingle style mansion. You know, it's built around the 2 courtyards that face the condominiums uphill, and one of which, of course, is the memory care one. The other is the main entrance. And we have, as I think you are aware, we have been responding. We wanted to respond also to the new sustainability guidelines in the site plan approval. So we have worked on the specifics of some of the things that will contribute to that. That we're going with an all electric VRF HVAC system. We're going to do high efficiency lighting, triple glazing, and a high level of insulation. And our sustainability group has run it through the energy usage index model that we use. And the results are that we believe we will be delivering a building that is more than 30% lower in energy usage than comparable buildings in Connecticut that are code compliant. So our intention is to have and we have submitted that analysis, I think just this afternoon, Michelle or Bruce submitted it to you. I think be glad to go through any of the detail, but I think you know the building quite well at this point. So if there are, I think we just the updated renderings, if we could just go through so the first is the memory care courtyard and then the main entrance. As you will see, there's been work on, the pitch and making the porte cochere more compatible in architecture with the rest of the building to make the top floor look more like dormers and for the units on that half level on the top floor, and basically more refinement in the proportions and the coloring of the building, and we feel pretty good about it at this point. Just one more view, I think. Well, there are two more views. Now, this is looking back at the main entrance, as I'm sure you know, and then we've been working quite a bit on the landscaping, and again, made a number of, in consultation with the ARC, we made some additional improvements in the landscape program and plan for the south or west end of the site. And I think Sid Burke, our landscape architect, will go through some of this and the more detailed screening plan that has been worked on during this period. So with that, if there are any questions, or Bruce, is there anything else you think I should cover?
Well, if anyone has, let me not tell the commission what to do.
I just have
why don't we turn?
Yeah,
I'm
we'll
sorry.
go. We're ready.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Wells, did you want to, since it touched on it, can y'all take down the screen share? Unless we want it back, but Mr. Wells, did you have any comments on the energy portion?
I haven't seen their report, but I commend them for the work that they've done. Looks like they've done modeling, and look forward to seeing the material and obviously sharing it with the Energy Management Committee. So well done so far.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Levy, you were going to say something?
Yes, I just thought the design was very nice, but I just wanted to get some clarification on what you said, just so I can, when looking at the design, I just have some questions. So are you referring to shingle style really because of the roof line? Is that really the
Well, you know, it's the bases, and we're using stone, you know, at the base, and then at, you know, some of the key parts of the facade, but the rest of the material is it'll be, you know, hardy plank or with and so it'll be, you know, stone with what will be a shingle look above that.
Okay, so very good. The stone has a nice look to it, the way it's rendered.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, all these things need to be mocked up in the field.
Right. Yes, exactly. So just curious, because the way that you use these white borders to frame the facade, are those infill areas? What is the infill area there?
Yeah,
Because they're very-
it will be the, you know, a plank that will probably have a shingle look, but, you know, it's a gypsum product, as you probably are well aware.
So, okay, so you are going to use shingles.
Yeah, it will look like shingles, as, you know, it's actually it's simulated because it's a gypsum product.
Right, I see. Because you know, one of the ideas of some traditional shingle style homes is that the bleeding of the shingles along the facade out to the corners and stuff, and you're framing it more.
Yeah, it's, you know, and it's a somewhat modern reinterpretation of shingle style. I mean, I use that rather loosely. You know, I just don't want to call it Tudor. I mean, I live in a village where Tudor is the predominant old style. I live in Scarsdale, and
What we guessed. You
yeah,
didn't have to tell us.
It
Yeah,
does
I mean,
look a little
you
bit
probably-
like the village. So.
yes, I could have narrowed it down just by that, but
'Cause,
I
I mean,
happen to live in a Hudson River Gothic carpenter style, so it's so but yes, I've sort of mixed terms a little bit here.
Okay, all right. Just thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else have questions right now?
So
There you are
Mr.
Okay.
Mr. Cohen, so zoning says meets BZR. Engineering is looking at a resub. Conservation had questions about the wooded slope.
Mhm.
ARC says come back with 50% conducts. Beta was looking for some information on sidewalks, as I understand. And Mr. Tessie's letter, which just came in, goes back
Yeah.
to
Haven't seen it.
engineering. Engineering item number 4,
Mhm.
letter of approval for work within the private road.
Right.
That seems like something that needs to be resolved, because it seems that it's not us, it's not engineering, it's you and the owner of the private road. So I guess that's something to be really kind of looked at. The wooded slope, I think if you can go back to, I believe it was the landscape plan, L201. I have a question
Mr.
about that.
McBride,
Mackey?
before I
Yeah.
try to answer that, we really have, since you raised the issue during the briefing, we've sort of prepared a presentation just on that issue, which a twofold presentation. Tony DeAndre is going to talk a little bit about the grading and the wall that you called out. And our landscape architect, Sid Burke, is going to discuss the screening issue. So would it be possible for you to defer that question until you've heard from those two?
Mr. Cohen, if you've created a presentation just for my benefit, I will defer.
Thank you. So if I may, Madam Chair, I'd like to turn to our landscape architect first. Sid Burke, who's going to talk a little bit about that slope and what happens on that slope in terms of planting. Sid, are you around?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. So thank you, everyone. So as Bruce has mentioned, we've had discussions with the neighbors in the condominium uphill. And Amba, the owner, actually went to the site and suggested that we more or less replace the evergreen row of trees that they had started but weren't growing very well. And so that's the prime strategy that we have for screening. We have 95 trees planted basically at 5 foot on center. It's almost 500 feet long. That's up the property where there's a right of way that we're planting. And we're planting them at 10 feet height to begin with. And we agreed to plant them when construction starts on the project so that they will have time to grow in. So that's really the first line of screening. That's evergreen trees. I know there was a comment from you, Mr. Macri, about, we're showing the most idealistic view in the summer. So I have some sections to speak to that point as well. And secondly, we do want to preserve as much of the slope as possible. There are many existing deciduous trees on the slope that are quite tall. There are many small trees on the slope as well. So that would be to preserve them. And then thirdly, we are planting both of these courtyards that face the condominium so that they have a number of shade trees and will contribute to that. And then as Bruce noted, to the west end of the site, that essentially will be a beautiful garden that people will look down at. It's a strolling garden for the people who use that facility. And we're excited about the development of that. So if you could go to the next page. So these are just the 3 sections that we cut through the property for the next slides. Go to the next one. So here, section 1 are really where sections 1 and 2 actually are where the condominiums are located.
That's the Spring Street condominiums. So you're basically going to be blocking off from everything but their top level?
Right, we're showing by that green triangle, arborvitae green giant at a 25-foot height.
Yeah.
So we're planting them at 10 to 12 feet to start. They're actually being planted in a zone that is constrained somewhat. It's only about 4 foot 6 inches wide up at the top of the slope between a retaining wall and a guardrail. The retaining wall exists currently. And then site section 3 is a residential property that's set back further and is at a higher elevation.
Mr. Burke, so in section 1, what you're planting is beyond your property line?
Correct.
Okay, and in section 3, can you talk about the relationship between the facade of the building and the retaining wall that's there? Is it the retaining wall is right on the property line? Is it close? This is one of the sections that actually I was confused on because it seemed there was a retaining wall that was holding back the slope right at that point, but I didn't see it here in the section.
Yeah, actually, it doesn't depict well in this section, but we have a plan to show that. And the retaining wall at its closest point to the property line now is 10 feet away from the property line. But I have a slide that shows where that is located.
Great, can we see that, please?
Sure, if you go to the next one. It will come, these are some views of it when it's not summer. So really it's a more realistic view of what you see in the winter time. So you see the existing deciduous trees. That's the line of evergreens that the condominiums currently have planted that are quite straggly. So we're basically replanting those. Those are probably about 10 feet high right now. So when we plant new ones, they'll be at least as high as they are now and then grow in over time. Next slide.
That's about site section 1?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
further about the arborvitae. Is there an opportunity here to use some of that existing the plants, and maybe some of them are still good, and create groupings so that it doesn't look like a an arborvitae
Right.
procession?
Yeah, that was a comment from
ARC.
ARC.
I'm sure
and
ARC did.
It was something that the screening of the other sides, the north side of the property and other places where we had evergreen screening, that we made that more diverse. We did have specific discussions with the condominium owners, and so we wanted to keep to that commitment of having arborvitae. Those arborvitae that you see there, those are one continuous row of the same plant currently.
Are those don't look like arborvitae? What are they?
They're a Niagara arborvitae. They're not a green giant arborvitae. So
I see. So the addition of some other species like hemlock or other things wouldn't work.
yes, I consider that of hemlock and American holly. There are downsides to each of them. We're dealing with a narrow constrained space. We do have a semi-shaded condition. Hemlock trees, they have started to grow in nurseries now and have available, but they still have that woolly adelgid disease. They still are susceptible to that.
And the holly, the American holly, it seems to be good for an understory.
It is a good understory tree. It will not grow, it will grow more wide than tall right away. So we're really trying to get that height of screening for the residents. And personally, I think that the diversity really comes from the slope that's existing, as well as the diverse species of plants that we're proposing.
Well, an ARC's gone through all of your landscaping, right? And all of your planting choices?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
I just encourage you, if there's a way to break it up a little bit and do groupings and maybe add a species to break it up a little bit. That's just a suggestion. I think of it.
Yeah, understood. I totally understand your point of view there.
Yeah, and I have one question about the circle that's on the plan, which is the turnaround circle.
Maybe if you advance a few slides, we'll be able to see that.
Are you going to get to the cul-de-sac issue that, who raised that? Was it Beta or was it DPW? Go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, well, yeah.
So here's the
yes.
that plan, and this also, we can go back to those other photos that we skipped over later.
This is good.
This goes to Mr. Macri's comment. Also, the retaining wall that he raised is in red there. The cul-de-sac, that's basically showing the right of way of the property line. And something to point out is that really where the drive is coming in on the slope, before you get to the retaining wall in red, we're not cutting the slope there. We're actually raising, we're adding fill in that area up until you get to the point, the right-hand side of the retaining wall. And then on the left-hand side of the retaining wall, especially where the building wing comes closest to the property line, we're also raising the grade there. So we're not actually cutting into the grade in either of those spots. We're only cutting into the grade for the 100 feet or so where the retaining wall is.
Oh, I didn't see it. Yeah. So, so what is the elevation? Just curious to kind of get oriented here.
Mm-hmm.
That the building, the ground of the, the ground floor there, and how much are you raising? How much you're filling to put in the road here?
Right. So the first floor of the building is at elevation 72. And so we're coming up about about 8 feet with the grades. Some of the grades there, at the slope, the toe of the slope, it's more like a 65 grade. But in some parts of the flat portion of the site, it's around an elevation of 62.
And that's because of the garage below? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now the cul-de-sac, which you are partially planting, you have the other one side of it. You're keeping the arc of that, and is that for pulling over and parking?
Right. The side of the circle closest to the building, we're keeping clear, as I think Bruce mentioned before, so that there is area to turn around. And so that is why it's clear in that zone around the circle.
So in other words, you don't have to go all the way down to the end and turn around.
Correct.
Okay, because it's not clear how that works.
I
Okay.
wonder if Sid could go back to some of the images that we passed, because I don't think that we've completely answered Mr. McRae's question about planting on the slope. Pat, would it be possible to go back to the sections? Yeah, these sections are intended to show what's there now in terms of the deciduous trees based on those 3 site sections. But I think it's more important to take it a little further, Pat, and show the photos that were taken from the condo level. That's what exists during the summertime. This is the condo level showing the existing arborvitaes.
I was actually thinking, as we were looking at some of the elevations and what you guys are doing, that the folks in these, I think at the end of the day, they're going to be very pleased with the evolution, because this has been pretty much an eyesore for a long time. So I think what you're setting out to do sounds good. And if ARC is supportive of the landscaping and you consider some of the suggestions Mr. Levy made, that would be great. I'd like
One
to-
other thing. Then.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I mean, you're planting the same tree, and look at the condition of them over time. So what makes you think that this time it will work? So, I mean, some of them look fine, actually.
It is basically they're called arborvitae, common name, but their Latin name is different. So it really is a different species. And we're just thinking that they do have sun, like the sun comes around to shine on this area more around 2:30 p.m. and after. So they're in sun then. Obviously the shade trees, in the other parts of the day block it. But if they're going to get about 4 to 6 hours of sun, that's something that an arborvitae can flourish in. It's hard to know, why these didn't do as well, but it does bring me back to, what I said in the beginning, that we really have 3 approaches here. One is this first line of screening. The other is the existing trees that are there, and where we have opportunity on the slope, we are adding trees to the slope where we think it could be amended. There are some places in the slope to add them. And then third, that we have plantings down in front of the building.
Are the arborvitae salt tolerant?
I'm sorry, salt tolerant? Was that your question?
Yeah.
Yes, yes and no, 2 degrees. I mean, it's every plant will suffer from the salt. So I think when we're establishing them, I think we propose to guarantee them for a 2-year period. So, part of that is maintenance. So, irrigating, even sometimes irrigating in the winter, especially going into the winter, is a big benefit to trees. So there is that aspect of it also, that we're going to see through to get these trees off to a good start.
Are hollies more salt tolerant?
I would have to look that up and get back to you. It's,
Yeah, okay.
And
Right.
if you go forward, two more, that's another view of those existing. Now, this is what's intended for the plants that we're going to be putting in uphill of the deciduous. And to address Mr. McRae's comment about what's it going to look like, that we are only showing, fully grown trees, that we're trying to be as open as we can. This is what we think it's going to look like when it's planted, not a
Okay.
complete screening. The next two show them, the next one shows it reaching a better height, Pat.
Okay.
And so that's improved. I think that the neighbors are very happy with what we're going to do, not only for the screening, but as Ms. Albin points out, I guess they're tired of looking down at what had
Well,
been
we'll
there all
see.
these years. Yeah.
We will see. Okay.
And I now, unless there are more questions of Mr. Burke, I wonder.
No,
if we
I
could-
don't think we had a lot of landscaping questions, having gone through the ARC process. Go ahead,
Mr.
Nick.
Cohen, can we go back 2 slides, back to the, one more. Great, stop. That's about site section 2, would you say? Understanding, and I'm looking at site section 2, and I kind of see the roadbed there, and I see the relationship of the roadbed to the condos above and then the building. So if I'm kind of standing at the, in the building, which I guess you're probably taking this picture from that vantage point, I'm going to be looking at the top edge of the roof.
No,
of-
this looks to me like it's at the northern end of the site. I think you're looking into the left
Trying to
block.
think, it's where the little house is, the
Yeah.
little,
Exactly right.
yeah.
Okay, site section 3 then of that.
it's actually site section 1. And so
Go
I
to
think
the
you
next one.
go back to that
Pat.
section.
All right,
you can
could we-
show.
Maybe the next one shows it better. Yeah, see a little more, it's really the right half of the screen.
Okay, so as I'm seeing it, as from the condos and everything, based on how I'm looking at this and interpreting the roadbed as a data point. So the building is going to be quite a good portion above the road as we see it. So they're going to be seeing a lot of rooftop, maybe some of the facade. That's what I'm seeing. I don't know if anybody can, interpolate it the same way or confirm that.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. And from the top level, once it's grown in, it looked from those cuts they did that the top level of the Spring Street buildings is going to have a full-on view.
Of the roof.
Yeah, no, of the building. Because
The
of
roof,
the
I
angle.
think.
Well, no, because of the angle, they're going to be looking down on it because it's
Uh,
lower, right?
Yeah, so
So
they'll be
they're
looking.
they're
and
gonna
then
be
site se-
seeing, yeah.
Right, site section 3,
Yeah,
definitely
but,
looking out
I mean,
across
they're,
the top of the roof of
I
the
mean, I
building and
think
down.
they're doing what they can. I
Mhm.
don't see how you could really get a lot more out of it. And I think it'll be an improvement, quite honestly. I wanted to get to some of the other concerns that have been raised, particularly DPW, because that's really going to be you need to get around, you need to get through that. Also, the conservation comments, if we could go to those.
Okay, so DPW, Mr. Cohen had actually gone through and he seems to, he needs to address those
Yep.
5 points, actually
Mhm.
6 points, but it was the number 4 point about actually working with the property owner who owns the street outside, which seems to be the one that needs to have the most effort put into it.
Right.
Would you
Number
agree, Mr.
4,
Cohen?
You're talking about a letter of approval?
Well, some kind of a dialogue with the property owner, the adjacent property owner represented by Mr. Tessie.
Yeah, we've had a dialogue with Mr. Tessie's client quite a while ago, and it did not end with an agreement, let's put it that way.
Okay.
And in fact, what the purpose of the meeting was to, for a consideration that would represent a reimbursement of a part of Mr. Ferrari's cost, we would be allowed to connect to the existing sewer in Old Track Road that Mr. Ferrari installed when he did his development. They weren't able to work that out, and so the applicant is in a position where he's going to have to put in a new sewer. If we go along with condition number 4 of the DPW report, that means that we can't do that without Mr. Ferrari's approval. That's not necessary as a legal matter. But
Well,
I
you're
think
going to
that
resolve this.
we're going to resolve outside of the site plan special permit process. Exactly right. It has to do with land rights. And our land rights include an easement over Old Track Road, quote, for all lawful purposes, which is about the broadest easement that you could get. We have that right. We have the right to improve, repair the road, as long as we don't impede the use of the road by others. We're obviously going to be extremely careful during construction that doesn't take place. There will be no impeding of any use of the road. But, you know, construction must take place. Otherwise, this piece of property is useless unless Mr. Ferrari says on some basis that it can be used, applying not only to us, but to whoever is going to end up owning the Lexus lot and ultimately may want to develop that as well. So this can't be the case. We cannot provide a letter, Mr. McBride. Thank you for pointing that out. We cannot provide a letter of approval because we know we won't get it. But I will provide our legal opinion that we've got the absolute right to make the improvements to the
Yes,
road that
right.
DPW requests.
Okay,
Right,
can we,
that's what we would usually look for. So you can address Mr. Tessie's letter at a later date.
Absolutely.
and you're all right with the rest of the comments that DPW is making? You believe you can address all of these? You can, they've got some comments on the turnaround, all of this and on changes to the drainage plan. You can
Well,
address all of these.
there are a couple of the drainage comments we certainly can address.
Okay, and the other comments.
The comments, for example, about the crosswalk along the
Yes.
open driveway.
Talk to us.
We may or may not be able to address that one because there's an ADA requirement as to how long the pathway has to be. So we've got to work that out with Scott.
Okay, so you're gonna work that out. You're probably gonna have to leave Old Track in reasonable shape. You are probably gonna have to repave it when you're done because you'll damage it. Okay, so you have, you're going to address the crosswalk, you're going to do the bollards, you're going to do the pedestrian ramp, you're going to get rid of all, you're going to address all those comments. Now, conservation and the remediation and the soil testing for the contamination. Where are you with that? Will you send reports into conservation? How are you going to handle that?
We submitted with this application to this commission our phase 1 and phase 2 reports, as well as a soil classification report. The soil, all documents prepared by Triton Environmental, a licensed environmental professional. They are a similar LEP, will oversee the remediation work in accordance with the state standards. And that obviously is going to be step number 1. We have to satisfy the licensed environmental professional that we've met those standards, and they will be done. But we wanted this commission to be aware of the fact that we're aware of the problem to the extent of all of the testing that's been done at the site, and the fact that we've gone so far as to actually price out the cost of remediation, which.
And you think you're going to be able to, now I can't, when Mr. Cohen submits, we got to have a better way of breaking up the documents because he tends to submit 340 pages or whatever. It's hard. Now I can't find what I'm looking for. You've got a remediation plan. You will be able to exchange the soils.
I'm not sure how much, Phil, if that's your question, but we certainly
Well,
will
what
be
you have
able
to
to
do, you
is
have to,
get rid of what's there.
exactly. And you've got to bring in higher quality soils. And I think one of the comments, if I could just find, did I find him yet? Yes, I just found him. Okay, and so one of the comments is, of course, that the quality of the soil that you bring in when you replace and the quality of the fill you use, because it's going to make a difference for how your landscaping does. It all sounds grand till you bring in bad quality soil. So I'm sure you're on top of that and understand it. You've got the agreement with the DOT, but you apparently are now grading on their land. Have you gotten agreement to that? Good luck.
We're really not grading. The chances
Okay.
I will probably do a little filling, but the agreement, as you'll note, Ms. Alvin, provides that before we do anything on the state land, we must submit to the DOT our plan showing exactly what we're going to do, and the state must approve it. And so our plan will incorporate the planting and nothing but the planting. And to the extent that there's any additional topsoil that's needed or something, that'll be reflected in our plan.
Okay, you're working on conserving as much of the ridge and as much of the woodland. Now, back to the noise abatement, from what I remember, from what I read with the application, in the application material, that you're doing everything you can to abate the external noise indoors, and that you will be working on that, and that you will, I think I saw a description of it, or did I? Yeah,
Well,
okay.
no, you did.
The
You did.
windows, and that
They're-
you're working on the noise abatement because it's it's going to be significant.
It's going to be very peaceful there. The windows will be triple glazed.
After we go deaf, yes.
I was in Brooklyn over the weekend, and there is a brand new, beautiful apartment building that's built immediately next to the Manhattan Bridge. The Manhattan Bridge carries the New York subways on it. It is the noisiest place you can imagine. These windows are probably within 10 feet of that bridge. And apparently, according to someone who knows, it's the quietest building in New York. My guess is this is going to equal that.
Okay, now going to the last topic on my mind. I don't know if people have other things. The last topic on my mind here is this question of the intersection that goes into Zero Old Track.
Yes, we are in perfect sync because John Canning is standing by, ready to talk about it.
All right, Mr. Canning, come talk to us.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Sorry, I had to be teleported in.
Okay.
First of all, I do want to commend the committee for your diligent and thoughtful work on the Greenwich Avenue Municipal Improvement. It's a great project, and you guys are doing great work, so keep it up.
Well, we'll see the outcome. So, Mr. Canning, the biggest concern here, two concerns, but the biggest one is the intersection is just a bad intersection. And we had asked you at one point if you had any suggestions on what we could do to improve it, not just you, but what we could do. Did you? I didn't see those, but again, I could have missed it because it's a big agenda. So would you recap those for us?
Sure. In our submission, we did not identify what you could do to improve it. We basically studied the intersection pretty extensively, pretty conservatively. I don't want to go into the specifics. It was reviewed by your consultant. And we determined that an assisted living facility, other than perhaps a self-storage facility, which is a sad comparison, is one of the least intense traffic uses, land uses you can get. So this project will not have a significant adverse impact. I will offer.
What a coincidence.
I will offer that I have looked at the intersection, and you could restripe Oldfield Point Road at that location, provide a left turn lane that would allow vehicles that are waiting westbound on Oldfield Point Road to turn into Old Track Lane to wait and not block westbound traffic. So that's a relatively simple measure that I believe you could implement that would improve that intersection.
So,
Okay.
Mr. Canning, that would be a left turn off of Old Field Point onto Old Track. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
All
There's
right.
enough width there in curb to curb already to do that?
So I believe there is. I'm on the internet right now and I'm gonna look it up. I looked at it, I guess, 6 months ago when we were before you. And I looked at it then, and then in the interim, I've been responding to comments from your consultant and that didn't come up again, so I didn't advance any bit further, but just 1 second, I found the location and right now, we measure this, curb to curb. It's 32 feet. So you could have an 11-foot lane eastbound, an 11-foot lane westbound, and a 10-foot turn lane.
Yeah, that's 12, I think, is our minimum. That's a little tight.
Well, I'm telling you, it will work, and you'll have the benefit of the left turn lane.
Well, can I ask you something? Would the applicant be willing to talk to, in the same way that we had Mr. Ferrari do an intersection improvement for us on West Putt? Would the applicant be willing to talk to DPW and see if you could get some traction on this idea? Because it is a disadvantage to the applicant as well that it's going from LOSC to D. I know you're saying you're not contributing to it, that it's better than having a funeral home. But we'd love to see a civic help from the applicant on this to help us deal with this intersection, which is going to be awkward for you. We know that. We've all seen I've seen accidents there. I believe Mr. McRae said the same thing yesterday. So we'd love to work to get the safety increase there. And it's a funny intersection.
I would be more than happy to talk to my client.
Okay.
And to coordinate with DPW to see if we can do something there.
Katie and Pat, can you help that happen, or can we just let them loose?
Yes.
Okay.
No, we can coordinate that.
Okay. I just think, when you look at the improvements Ferrari did on Valley, stuff like that, what people have been doing, this is just something where everybody would benefit. And Mr. Ferrari might even be willing, after he lets Mr. Cohen use his right of way, he might be willing to he'd be interested in that because he's got 2 facilities on that. And it's just a dangerous intersection with the offset and the amount of traffic it gets. That right now is the major question I have for you, Mr. Canning. I do understand, we all understood that Mother's Day was the highest volume traffic generator for you, but figuring it out before you have an assisted living facility there, they struck everybody as kind of counterintuitive, but I know what you were trying to get to, which is we all recognize that that's the day of the year that everybody comes, and you're saying even then it should be all right. I worry about the parking situation on that day, but I believe that Mr. Cohen has also said over and over again that it can be accommodated by doing valet.
Well, I mean, we looked at Mother's Day, which is the quintessential busiest day at an assisted living facility, and based on the Scarsdale Ambassador, we will have enough parking spaces at this facility. I'll also add that the parking and traffic volumes that we did for the Saturday were based on June 21st, 2021 surveys of the Ambassador Scarsdale, and that was their first weekend that they were open for visitors after the lockdown for the pandemic. So that was also a busy day. So, we try to be conservative because we don't want to come up short in the long run.
Okay.
Mr. Canning, the Scarsdale location, is it similar with a fitness establishment, an adjacent an apartment building, that kind of uses around it?
It does not have a fitness center. It has, I believe, a daycare facility. It also is not in as transit friendly a location.
Okay, because I think my concern I had is that intersection is serving fitness center that may, would it be open on a Sunday? The apartment, which is people are coming and going constantly. Even the the vehicle storage area, you've got people coming back and forth on that, the paint store, those kind of things. Sunday and Mother's Day, that's fine, but I think actually maybe half of the actual use may not even be there on the street because the businesses are closed or they're not shuttling cars back and forth, those kind of things. Would
Mr.
it be
Macri,
benefit?
Mr. Macri, could I just clarify a little bit about the Scarsdale facility? It's adjacent to the county pool complex, which has a separate entrance. It's right off of Mamaroneck Road, which of course leads into downtown White Plains. It's adjacent to a church, which also has a significant daycare facility. It's a different situation, but it's not, the rest of the uses as you go further down Saxon Woods Road are all residential. But to get to it, you're coming from Mamaroneck Avenue, which is an extremely busy intersection, and then you're coming to the site across a bridge that actually was a bridge that led into a church and a daycare facility, and then to the facility. So it's not comparable to Old Track Road, but it's not an isolated low traffic area.
Okay. All right. Okay, so if we could work on that, I think the key thing is the intersection. Really, we're conjecturing about traffic just to see if we can make that intersection safer. It'll make a huge help because the parking is being accommodated. I, for one, don't have any more questions. Does anybody else? And then we'll turn quick to the public for comment and then we can move on. No. All right. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? I thought I saw a hand go up. Yes, I did. Mr. Tessie, your hand keeps blinking up and down. Okay, I got you. All right. Mr. Tessie, whenever you're ready.
Ready.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Good. Usually doesn't work on the first go around.
Usually we see part of your head and all of that. Okay, Mr. Tessie, so you are representing your client. Go ahead.
I'm representing technically Old Track Properties LLC, owned by John Ferrari, as you know. For this commission a number of times, a decade, with regard to the construction of the residential building that you all discussed briefly, and also the Equinox building, both on the south side of Old Track Road right of way. In the Equinox building, there is also a Connecticut natural gas facility at the rear. These buildings are located, we'll call it at the beginning of Old Track Road, which is, we all know and discussed, is a cul-de-sac. The intersection being the one you just discussed with Mr. Canning, one that's been problematic in a number of regards over the years, but we've managed. Submitted a letter literally a short time ago. I was out of the country for a few weeks, but they did let me back in. So whether that's good or bad, some people would debate probably. But I put the letter together at the request of Mr. Ferrari, who is really concerned about his project, particularly the construction, and also the way the applicant thinks he can maneuver Old Track Road in terms of the right of way and the pavement. And I listened pointedly, if you will, to comments made by Mr. Cohen, citing sure what, but it sounded like some type of law school references to who has the power when there's an easement. My letter, we don't talk about basically the what we call the common law. We actually refer to the contracts that are in existence. There are two agreements pertaining to his client's rights recorded in the Greenwich Land Records. My letter includes his client's deed, which specifically states that his rights are subject to the terms and conditions of the agreements. And I also included a deed into Mr. Ferreri's property, which confirms the ownership of his company of the roadway and also cites its rights and obligations. I'm sure none of you had an opportunity to read my letter, but the letter is a simple 2-page letter expressing Mr. Ferreri's concern about safety, primarily when it comes to his residents. He has approximately 100 residents in his 65 units in residential building. And I know you're all familiar with the Equinox facility during its prime time, at least some of you are, I should say, and how we have 2 parking lots servicing both of those facilities, one on the north side of Old Track Road, one on the south side. And when it's busy during those morning hours, particularly, there's a lot of crisscrossing done both by pedestrians and the members in their cars trying to find parking spaces. There is a management going on of the parking by Equinox per the zoning commission's conditions. But the truth of the matter is you've got a turnover there. We've discussed it with the commission previously when we've come back to you on some changes at the Equinox facility, pointing out that Greenwich residents and members of Equinox tend to stay longer and are very active. And so when it comes to turning over the parking spaces, sometimes it takes a while. So this area is really the most problematic area. That changeover for both the residents and the members from one side of the street to the other. And we have a situation where there's a major construction being proposed, allow over 33,000 cubic yards of product, probably some rock and soil coming out of the property, or in a bit of cleaner fill coming in. And when you do the math, you'll see that taking a conservative position, there'll be at least 2,500 single trips, so you can double that because it's 5,000, and of major hauling dump trucks going in and out of that facility. That's just during the beginning of the construction period. And that's a concern. That's a real safety concern that I don't see addressed or discussed in any of the areas.
I'm just gonna cut to the chase here.
Yeah.
From everything we know of past experience,
Yes.
this is an issue between you and the applicant and not us, because they're using a private road at which you have control, and you decide that, not us.
Well, the reason I'm bringing it up, and I'm not going to belabor it, but the reason I'm submitting what I submitted was in your preliminary approval or your proceed to final letter, it is specifically called out that Mr. Cohen was to present either a consent letter or written agreements demonstrating his client's ability to do the things on or in that road that he's suggesting they have the right to do and or imposed by the building zone regulations or DPW requirements. And so I just submitted to you the documents. They say
Gotcha.
what they say.
Got
And
it.
I thought, let's make sure here, this isn't about a legal opinion. This is about written agreements which specify the rights and obligations of both parties. And I'm not going to get beyond that, but that's why they're here, submitted for
Got
the
it.
record.
Okie dokie. Gotcha. We
Where,
understand.
right. So there is a concern, just to respond to Mr. Cohen's comments about Mr. Ferreri's meeting. I did not attend it. I don't believe Bruce did, but maybe he did. It was, Mr. Ferreri pointed out, he spent a lot of money improving the road per the requirements of his approvals, and he had to bring in a new sewer line that was very expensive to do because there's a lot of rock, as we all know, and his client's going to find out even more, more so in the area. So I think when your neighbor suggests, well, I don't want my road torn up by you, if you have the right, because John didn't get into the legalities at the time, as I understand it. It was just, I spent a lot of money, so let's talk about if you're going to get a benefit here. Let me see how I can help you, but don't take advantage of it. Anyway, it didn't work out as Bruce said. I don't know why. There's a lot of sense to that concept and argument, but it's his client's choice. But
Mr. Tessie, Mr. Cohen, when was the last time U.S. Counsel sat down to discuss this issue? Was it recently or
never? No, Bruce
months?
and I have never sat down.
Okay.
Right.
Neither of us attended that meeting, and John and I have never discussed the issue.
Okay, so we're kind of at a
reports back from our clients.
Y'all
Right,
go
we're at
work
kind of-
it out and come back to us, okay?
I'm
Right,
always
I think-
happy to talk to Bruce.
All
So
right,
that
this is all
understanding,
we're
Mr.
saying over and over again. Y'all go work
Mr.
it out and come back to us.
Mr.
Do
Cohen, are
not
you-
meddle us in this.
Mr.
Well,
Cohen, have you read the letter from Mr. Tessie yet?
Yes,
He
I
sent
did.
it. Okay, that was good.
Okay, so
Well,
as Ms.
I did
Mrs.
because
Al-
Katie was good enough to send it to me, not John.
right, as
Bruce,
Chairwoman
I knew
Martin,
you were
Okay,
gonna
okay,
be-
you guys,
Uh,
we don't,
I knew you
don't
were
wanna-
at the meeting, Bruce. I just
Okay.
finished it.
Okay,
as she's suggesting, please meet, talk this out, because it seems to be the elephant in the room. A lot of the things that we've discussed tonight seem to be technical issues that may be able to be resolved. But this thing seems to be, a battle of neighbors. We don't want to get in the middle between battles of neighbors, because if I have to split the baby, you won't like it, right?
no,
So,
you're not in this deal, John.
Exactly.
You're gonna give, you're not even gonna split in any babies. You guys out of here. We don't deal with this, and we would give John Wetmore a set of kittens if we tried. We're not gonna do that because he wouldn't, this doesn't strike me as a good idea. So.
then he's got to take care of the kittens and the monkeys at the same time, right?
Yes, yeah. Okay.
Well, as I
So
said,
you
I was
boys
just-
go, no, you
Okay.
boys, no bickering.
Fine.
Okay,
Well, I
no
don't-
bickering, and
no
you go
bickering.
work it out, and do not include the commission in that. Okay.
Excellent. I'm with you.
All right,
It's
John.
fine. As I said, I submitted the documents because I saw they were requested.
All right.
That's all I did.
I'm done with you guys for now. I think we've got one more speaker from the public, and then, Mr. Tessie, I'm gonna say goodbye.
Goodbye
All right.
and good evening.
All right, okay, one more speaker for the public, and then we are done with this. Mr. Alexander, if you would go ahead. See if we get, okay, Mr. Alexander, you have 2 minutes.
2 minutes? That sounds good.
Yeah. Oh,
It'll take a little less than that. I'm concerned about the air quality in that area. Have any procedures been followed to find out what the ambient air quality is at that location?
I
Because
believe,
of the sections and its location, it's classic for some of the cancer clusters that have appeared along I-95.
I think we asked that at the preliminary, but we will ask it again and address it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. We're gonna make you move because you're echoing horribly. All right, Mr. Cohen, when you come back, you can address that, please. Don't do it now. All right, okey doke. So, Mr. Cohen, we'll see you when you come back.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
All righty, bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, the good news is we got through those two. And we will reconvene. It's 7:50. How about 8:10, you guys? Just because we've been good lamb chops.
8:10 works for me.
All right, 8:10, and then we just have 3 more regulars and 2 discussions.
Thank you.
Bye. Got everybody? Waiting for Peter Lowe. Mr. Timer is upsetting me because I don't want him to come back on. Wish we could figure out so he could just be in one window like he is now.
I
Why-
could,
Why
Yeah.
can't he be that size all the time?
because when I have to share the screen, it becomes the big,
But if you just put the timer on, it becomes big. You have to share it. Like right now, it says timer. Oh, because you put that in.
it's a separate, yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's a separate device.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Oh no, Peter Lowe not back yet. Gotta go fix the clocks at his house.
He's getting his hook.
He's getting his hook. He's Captain Hook.
Don't you dare say I said that.
Okay, so that's it. He's Captain Hook, huh? Should I write that one down?
Oh my goodness, we're gonna show up at a Halloween party. I want to see Nick dressed up as a dwarf though.
Can do, can do.
And then we get really serious and do the bump outs, and these people are in the audience are probably wondering, those folks are all nuts.
Yeah.
All right. Hello, Mr. Lowe. We're going to go fix your clocks. You're 2 minutes late. Latin Americans don't accept lateness.
Um,
All right.
I am here.
Okay, you are here and we are rolling. The next application is Kenneth M. Gamel or Gamil? Gamel, for a final site plan and special permit to reconstruct an existing accessory building that will go to 2,260 square feet at 17 Stiles Lane. There were really only a couple of concerns raised at the briefing yesterday, Mr. Brower. Number one, Mr. McRae thinks that you've counted too many square feet in your FAR. If you want to enlighten him, that's fine. But we were okay with you having overcounted, and then Jody would correct you because if you overstate it, we haven't made a mistake in approving you. The second concern, the other concerns are of course raised by conservation in regard to the septic going in and the protection of the tree stand as you dig the septic through. You will need someone with a very large stick to have the construction workers be careful, because it's amazing to me how you can tell somebody to use an air spade and 2 minutes later they're hacking at the roots of a tree. So if you could address those two concerns, we would condition, we would ask you. You also saw there's a tree replacement ratio that she's requesting. So those are the three things that came up yesterday. You want to go for it?
Sure. Good evening, Eric Brower on behalf of the applicant.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to let you introduce yourself.
No, that's all right. You were setting up the stage. That's fine.
All right.
Everybody knows.
I know,
it
but
was you.
Mr. Basili doesn't like it when I do that.
Uh-oh. Well, I'm more flexible. In any event, so yes, I did read the staff report, been in touch with the staff about those comments and concerns. Absolutely, we'll work with Jody on the square footage. I think it's correct, but again, it's something I'll work out with him. The owners have the same concern as conservation does about the tree protection. They're very much in love with them. They've been in touch with their neighbors about maintaining the neutral screening, and if something is in the way, it has to be replaced. We're good with the 2-to-1 as mentioned by that
Okay.
staff.
All right. And then she asked for a native tree, so we can just make those things that you consider planting a native tree next to the paved area. You'll be careful. And then did you have a comment on the FAR, or do you want to run with it?
No, we'll work that out with Jody. We'll double check it, but that'll be part of his review with the zoning permit review and approval.
Any comments from the commission?
Is this the one that missing an energy narrative, or we already?
It's missing an energy narrative, but it is an accessory building, and I
No,
think
we did the narrative. It was reviewed and we received accolades of sorts from the committee for the report and the scope of the project.
You know, nobody tells us anything.
It just came out when? Yesterday? I think.
Okay, all right.
was
Marisa
received-
hadn't gotten it, and to be honest, I realized that if it's something minor like redoing an accessory building, we probably shouldn't be asking for an energy narrative because we're meaning to grab the big babies, not the little stuff. Hi, guys.
Right.
Okay, all right. So, energy narrative, you got kudos for it.
Yes, they thought it was a very good project. We hit some of the high points.
Okay. All righty. Any other questions from the commission? Do I have questions from the public? Comments from the public? No. Okay. How would people feel about our closing this application?
Enthusiastically.
All right. Anybody object?
That was easy.
No objections. Okay. Well, Mr. Brower, you have the rest of the evening off.
Well, thank you very much and enjoy.
Application is now closed, Mr. Basili. Next application is Rock Pile Golf Club, Greenwich LLC at 600 West Putt. And this is the one about converting a fitness space to a recreational facility. Hello, Mr. Hegney.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Listening to the comments in the briefing yesterday, so you could focus on those. Go ahead.
I'm happy to do that. For the record, John Hegney for the applicant. I am joined this evening by Kevin McCarthy, a Managing Director of Brokerage Services at Cushman Wakefield, Attorney Margaret Conboy, and Architect Sarah Little, just in case the commission has any questions for them.
Question for you. Wasn't Margaret Conboy the person who was who works for Rock Pile? Because what we wanted from you was Rock Pile's experience. Is that who Margaret Conboy is?
Well, Margaret handles their real estate matters and their
Okay,
corporate
perfect.
matters. But I want to tell you, Madam Chair, that this is the first establishment of its kind, which is why Rock Pile is working with Kevin McCarthy. He has extensive experience in Westchester and Fairfield County, and can give us an idea of what a type of business like this can expect in terms of clientele. And that is the expertise that he's brought to this project.
Do you want to recap it for us, or do you want to?
Sure, no, I'd be happy to do that. So obviously, the commission's concerns at the briefing and the staff report have been related to operations and parking. You know, do we have enough parking on site here in order to cover what we're doing? Based on the historical approvals, we have 13 parking spaces dedicated to this tenancy. There are three other tenants in the building, Citarella, and then 2 medical practices, Connecticut Dermatology and Coastal Eye Doctors, eye surgeons, excuse me. When our daytime operations are going to be ongoing, we'll have 13 spaces, and we'll manage operations at Rock Pile to take advantage and ensure that we only need those 13 spaces. We have 6 golf simulation rooms on site. That'll be managed with an appointment system. That will allow Rock Pile to control how many people are coming and when they're coming. The first half of the day, they're expecting that a majority of the use of this space is going to be for individual instruction. Rock Pile does work with PGA professionals, and they'll be expecting individuals to come in and work on their swing. So we're not anticipating that we're going to have big groups or several groups at all. We're expecting, one person per simulation room. That was easily handled by the 13 parking spaces that we have provided to us, as well as the 3 staff members that we anticipate for the first half of the day. All of that changes in the second half. The medical practices do close fairly early in the day. On most weekday afternoons, they'll be closed at 4 p.m. That does open up another 32 parking spaces, according to the commission's prior approvals for this site. When we account for that, we can expand operations on the site. So in the evenings and weekends, when the medical practices are closed, we would have no problem hosting groups of 4 at each one of the rooms, expanding the employees from 3 to 5, and then also account for the bar seating. I know at the pre-application hearing, the commission asked that we factor that into our parking demand. I would say that, it's a possibly a little overkill, it's an ancillary use, but we can still accommodate all of the bar seating with the parking space available. We have 25 parking spaces shown in the bar and lounge areas. That's going to require another 13 spaces. When we take the 24 spaces that are required for the golf simulation rooms, the 5 accounted for the
Okay, now you
employees.
need 24 spaces for the golf simulation rooms? Is that what you
Well,
said?
so we looked at, so the problem here with a recreational facility, and then we are here for that, a special permit for that use, is that the parking regulations don't provide us with any guidance on
Which
that.
is why we're pumping
is
you
why- which is
so
why-
hard for information so we can make a really well reasoned decision.
And
Okay. you
and we
still-
did look at that,
Okay,
and we're
good.
hoping that we have the information that you're looking for. So
Didn't
we
feel- Okay, go ahead.
Oh, we did. So we looked at what
ahead.
you put together for Crush Table Tennis. That's the last recreational facility that was approved by the commission. You're looking at ping pong tables. You ask for 2 parking spaces for each table and 1 parking space for each employee. So if we maximize the use, again, we don't anticipate that level of need. And that is why we've been consulting with Kevin, why we've approached this in this manner. But if we were to assume the maximum use, the number of parking spaces available to us after the medical uses have closed in the evenings and on weekends would be more than enough parking, because we'd have 24 spaces dedicated to the 6 golf simulation rooms, 5 spaces for the employees, and then 13 spaces for the bar seating, which that we're using the restaurant standard under 6158.
Okay, so you are going to give us a letter from the property owner that those extra spaces are going to be available to you.
So I don't actually think that's necessary, Madam Chair. This is a heavily managed property by the landlords. We do have a lease with them. The parking is regulated through that lease. And I would say that we could go ahead and change that, but unfortunately, the lease is signed. So we're very excited and hopeful that you'll see that this is something that works for this site and gives us a permit so that we might be able to move forward with the building department.
Like I said, can you get that letter?
Madam Chair, again, I don't think the landlord is part of this. We looked at another application
You're putting
outside of the-
demand, you're potentially putting demand on his site. You need to be talking to him about what your uses are on the site. I would strongly suggest that you talk to him and tell
so
him what's happening.
we did
Not
have
that
a
it's any of
conversation-
my business.
No,
I just want the letter.
Well, I will say that we did have that conversation early on in the process, and the landlord is represented by Mr. Tessie. I didn't get a letter from him like Bruce, but I'm very comfortable with that. I do want to say that John's take on this situation was that this is a significant improvement over what had been there previously. We are replacing a CrossFit studio.
Can you
Nothing
get us
against
a letter?
CrossFit, but I will say that the CrossFit space with the classes that the Planning and Zoning Commission was concerned about of 20 plus required a significant number more parking spaces and had a high turnover rate for those parking spaces at concentrated times. None of that will be at issue here. And so I would think that we're doing a really good job of making an improvement to the site with a smoother use, a more controlled use via our appointment system. We can certainly talk to our landlords, but Madam Chair, I would think that because of the terms of the lease that we have, it is fairly self-policing. I would think that before
I don't want to get into the terms of your lease. That's not our business. The only thing we would like is an assurance from the landlord that they will not, what you don't want is for them to put in another use somewhere that blocks your ability to have those extra spaces. That's what we're looking for, that you can use those spaces when they're available. I'd be okay if the commission agrees with this, that it being a condition of approval, and then you could move forward. but I believe that, I think sewer was okay, right, Nick? Because they had a question, they signed their letter, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
believe
okay.
they sent a letter.
Yeah, I think you just signed the letter. I'd be okay with you moving forward and just, we're going to condition you on getting that letter. If if the commission doesn't disagree with that. Because I just want to make sure that we've had those bad experiences with Equinox and with Citarella, and Citarella's right there where we
I have
created.
been to lunch at Sorel in the recent times and was able to get a parking space.
Good for you. We've made some really successful things happen. The dance studio in Cos Cob is another one that we pushed through to help an applicant because we thought it was good business and we thought it was a great idea for the town. But in retrospect, we just like to have a little insurance that you do have enough coverage. And we did the same thing with the ping pong people. So I'm happy if the commission supports this idea, I'm happy to condition it. But I would just like to get some reassurance that the landlord's going to make that parking available for you after hours.
I think in our discussions with the landlord and Margaret can correct me if I'm wrong, is that their main concern is that we keep the parking contained to the site. I do want to say that the commission should feel comfortable making that an approval condition because this property has
Okay,
come
so
before
you're
the
okay
commission.
with the approval condition?
And I would say this property has come before the commission over 20 times in the last 15 years.
Great. You will give us
And-
that letter. You just said, yes, you're going to get us that letter.
Madam Chair, I can't make promises for the landlord, but we can certainly endeavor to try.
Okay,
What I
so
would
we're
say is
gonna-
that if the commission wanted to condition the approval, that is something that they've regularly done on this site several
it.
times over the last 15 years.
All right.
So.
Okay, so I'm trying to think of the wording, you guys, so help me out a little bit, brains here. After 5 p.m., I'm a little dubious, okay, still about the use. I know Mr. McCarthy knows a lot about it. I always went with my spouse to practice and we took turns in the same booth. It's just how we always did it. Okay, we always would let's go hit some balls together and we'd watch each other. And of course, that whole thing.
I hope you guys were carpooling.
So no, we went in 4 cars. So, but the point is, I don't think it's necessarily going to be solo users. I think they're going to be a little tight, but then after hours, if we're comfortable that the 13 and the 13 in the bar room, 6 in the first lounge, 4 in the other lounge, that with 23 extra sitting spaces around after hours, that at least we have some assurance that that's going to be accommodated. The lot does have space at night, as far as I know, so we should be good, but I'd like to have some sort of assurance that the landlord won't put in ballroom dancing instead of the eye surgeon place. And that's what I'm looking for.
I believe all of the tenants have long-term leases, so I think it will be a
Okay.
minute before
The world
you see
changes,
this property
Mr.
again.
Hegney,
No,
don't
no.
argue, okay?
I would say,
Okay,
that
Mr.
we've seen a lot
Yeski.
change in the last 2
All right,
years.
they're all
and-
shaking their heads. They're like, enough, time out, you're done.
I would
Okay,
also like to propose in the conditions that we put exactly what he's proposing, that before 4 or 5 o'clock, their reservation system is limited to 1 person per hitting bay, which is what he said. And then after 5, you have the numbers that we're talking about in terms of the people that they can accept. I think what they're saying is they have a reservation system that can control the people at the time of the day. You want the landlord. We want the people controlled by time of day. That should be in the condition too.
I would just ask Kevin if you could
Mr.
confirm that
McCarthy, go
would
ahead.
work for Rockpile.
Good evening, everybody. I think to that request, we can probably make an accommodation.
Is that a yes?
John, I would defer to you. As of right, we would be allowed 13 spaces during that time period.
yeah,
I think
That's
that would-
correct. That's
that
all.
That would be my formal response then.
what's
we
your
can-
formal response, Mr. McCarthy?
To be able to control it within 13 during the,
Perfect.
Oh.
Perfect. Nick, you have that, a way of wording that? That would be great, that you control it
13.
with it. That they make their reservation system and they plan from the time they opened, which was it at 7? It was
7.
really early.
7 a.m.
7
Opening.
a.m. open from 7 to 5 p.m. Their reservation, they use a reservation system, and that the clients be accommodated within the 13 spaces. That's what you said, Mr. McCarthy.
So long as that overlaps with the complementary uses for the right now are medical. I think if those were subject to change, I guess, John, maybe we
This-
could take a look at that. If they are open at
Bingo.
9, it wouldn't make sense for us to commit to that at 7 because it doesn't overlap.
Yeah, but
Certainly.
you never know. You never know. I mean, you have 13 spaces for sure, so it doesn't matter. You could overflow between 7 and 9. I get the point, but
Yep.
you never know when someone. Mr. Wells, you wanted to say something.
You're a mind reader, Madam Chair.
No, I watch body language. That's why I love Zoom.
Okay, I didn't even think I was moving. I thought your bar opened up at 4 p.m. Aren't we talking 7 to 4 p.m. instead of 7 to 5?
I think we plan on having the bar attendant arrive between 4 and 4:30 with the expectation that that's just a precursor for them to be open and prep before being served.
So you wouldn't start serving till 5.
I shouldn't say it's a definite. I think the majority of what's anticipated within the facility is going to actually be not having attendees at the bar, but rather at the simulator. So our expectation for the seats that are in the bar and the lounge area, we don't actually anticipate them to be well occupied at all until much later in the evening, if at all.
On top of that, Mr. Wells, is that we still have to get our permits from the Department of Liquor Control, and they won't take our application until we get a seal of approval from this commission.
And see, we're making it easy for you. All we want is the letter, and that you can go ahead and then you'll give us the letter. See how accommodating we are? But you don't get your CO until we have that letter. Got that, Nick?
I would tell you, Madam Chair, when you gave the CO, or when the property owner got the CO in 2018, they did provide a letter, but it wasn't a letter from the landlord to the tenant. It was an outline of the parking situation on site.
Yeah, we've gotten them from landlords as well, so we'll take whatever we can get to assure that there's parking. Okay.
Okay, so we've got the acceptance letter for the sewer, the appointment system from 7 to 5. That's the reservation system to accommodate the flow of 13 spaces. Question what I would have after 5 o'clock, what happens?
After 5 o'clock, the landlord is going to give us a letter that after 5 o'clock, he will accommodate that they will prioritize the available spaces in the parking for the use of Rockpile. I'm gonna hold on a second. Ms. Comboy, since you're an attorney as well and you're familiar with this business, did you want to say something? I saw your hand was up. Oops, she just disappeared. There she is. Okay. Ms. Comboy, you've had your hand up, so I assume you wanted to come in. You'll need to unmute. All right.
I just wanted to say about the parking that it is unassigned parking. So
know that.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of that. So it shouldn't be
Yeah.
a problem after.
I know you think we're these crazy dumb people, but we do
No,
know
no,
about.
no, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
we are
sorry.
kind of nutty,
Not
but
at
we
all,
do
no.
know that it's unassigned parking. But our
right.
concern is that that lot gets tight sometimes, and that in the evening we think it eases up, and we just want the landlord to acknowledge your use. And that they will prioritize it and make it available so you don't get bumped by something else down the road and those extra spaces go to you. Because we think if you're successful, your parking demand is going to be a lot greater than you're thinking. But if you're not successful, we'll be sorry because we
Right.
want you. Yeah, okay. All
Yep.
right.
I understand.
All
And
right.
it's good that in this situation too, it's good because they do control, it's all by reservation. So they control who's coming in and out, and the public's just not going to walk in. So, yeah.
Madam Chair, I would also add that the commission can take comfort in the fact that the site is laid out in a way that the parking that's dedicated to, or that would be available to rock pile and the medical uses is all concentrated in the area off of Holly Hill Lane.
Yeah, we know that.
Because, and
We're real familiar with
came
this
up at the
site.
briefing.
No, we're really familiar, and we're familiar with the Citarella problems, and we're familiar that people can't find their way to the Citarella garage. We've been down this road a bunch of times.
It's only a problem when they run out of dry aged steak.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Mr. Hegney, quick question. Email from staff had indicated a revised plan. I don't know if I saw the revised plan, so I don't know what plan I'm looking at. Is any of your presenters available to show us whatever the current plan is?
Mr. McRae, it's our plan that was submitted on June 23rd. We submitted an older version of that floor plan with our presentation materials. So I just wanted to make sure that when we spoke to staff earlier today, that you're looking at the right plan.
Okay, that's
we do have we do have Sarah Little here. Just because at pre-application, I know that some questions came up about the separation of the simulation rooms. The drawings are fairly far along. I'm sure she'd be happy to take you through that. But this is the correct plan, showing all of the bar seating, lounge seating that we're accounting for, as well as our simulation rooms.
Right. Can you zoom in just on the title block? I want to make sure I've got the right one in front of me as well.
Mr. McRae, it is SK08 and the date is March 2nd, 2022.
Not the new one then.
But if you take a look at the PDF label at the top of the screen there, we do have the June 23rd date on there. So this is the correct plan that we're referencing. Apologies, we can certainly get an update for that.
Well, when you go for the permit, you'll get it. So, but it looks the same. Thank you very much.
Okay. Does anybody else from the commission have comments on this?
No.
All righty, no comments. Okay, does anybody
Just
from the
wanted to
public?
get some clarification.
Yes,
So
Mr. Levy.
The rooms are going to be enclosed by a screen. Is that what I saw?
Mr. Levy, I think that would be best answered by our architect. And Sarah, if you're available, I'd ask you to share that information with the commission. Is it possible to have her brought up, Pat?
I would suspect Mr. McCarthy knows.
Correct.
sorry,
There's a screen in front of you. And I'll defer to Sarah when she gets on, but there's a screen that you shoot into. There's nothing behind you. It's open.
No, there's no net or anything behind you.
No, the screen actually and the technology that's been developed has evolved where if the concern is where the ball goes, it deadens it so much so that it actually will not even go past the screen. It'll fall within 3 or 4 feet.
Guess you don't get slicers.
Is there, Mr. McCarthy, is there netting along the sides or on the ceiling, below the ceiling?
No, we've taken the precaution to insulate the sidewalls with a fabric that is softened so that if someone does have an errant shot, the ball would again deaden and fall to the base of where the screen is. And so it would not project at you or behind you or at someone else.
Okay. What if I pop it off the top of the club and it goes straight up in the air?
Ouch.
That would be unfortunate, and we get you a lesson for that. But again, that would also, if it were to go directly up, it would also go directly down, and there's no projectile in the way that would force it to go any way but left, right, other than coming down.
So, but in other words, these aren't separate rooms. They're booths.
They are booth-like. Sarah, can you give a dimension on how far out they extend so we show protection?
They're about 15 feet long. They're pad, as Kevin said, there's fabric, but it's also padded with a couple inches of padding. So to really stop a ball that might hit it. And they're not full height all the way across. They kind of slant down as they get further into the space. But we have seen this design at other similar clubs. So, you know, we've learned that this has been effective.
Okay, so if there are people are getting lessons in each one, so you may, there's no real sound barrier because there's no wall between you, really.
Right, the backs of the bays are open to the room.
Okay, just curious how it works. Okay.
This is PGA rather than LIV, so I think excessive noise is still discouraged.
Okay, all righty. Any comments from the public on this application? And it's their liability. It was a nice, interesting question, Mr. Levy, but if somebody kills themselves there with a golf ball, it's not our fault for approving it. So, you know, it's their liability issue. I'm sure they have taken liability insurance. If we have no other comments, does anybody object to us closing this application at this time?
No.
No objections. Thank you all very much. And since we probably won't see you, very best of luck with this venture. We hope it's successful for you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
All right, okie dokie. And our next application is Sebastian Gunningham TR for a final site plan and special permit to construct a pool cabana pool and septic system, increasing the volume threshold on a 21-acre property at 65 Upper Cross Road. And representing the applicant is,
I don't believe anyone's coming, Madam Chair. I
oh,
believe
we made that decision. This application is hereby opened. And we are leaving it open at this time. And we will now, Mr. Basili, it's time to say goodbye. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Yes.
Wait, you already turned out the lights?
Yeah.
Easier on my eyes.
Oh, you know what? I stopped. Yes. Okay. How's that? No, I'm still in the light. Okay. I give up. All right. Okay. So we'll see you the 12th. No, the workshop. He doesn't come to the workshop, right?
No.
Okay. We'll see you the 19th.
All right. See you then. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Stay out of trouble.
I'll
right.
try.
We now have two discussion items. The first one is the Brunswick School. Brunswick School.
I believe that is Mr.
John
Hegney.
Hegney.
Yeah.
John Hegney?
Or Tom, but I don't see Tom on the list here, so.
All right.
I've written down John.
It is me. My father
bagged it.
Continued his items tonight, so he's getting a chance to watch the Mets.
Yes, we saw that. We saw that he continued his item, much to our happiness, because
Well,
it
you know,
looked like-
he's
looked
a
like
lot better at listening to the pre-hearing comments or pre-briefing comments than I am. So,
he continued his application so he could go to the stadium.
I think he's got a front row seat from his couch.
Oh, okay.
All righty. Okay,
Way
so
too much information.
Mr. Hegney, basically, Mr. McRae raised one question yesterday, which was you have a 4,000 square foot weight room. Is it just because that's the size of the facility? Are you doing anything else in the building? It seems excessive for the need. That was what Mr. McRae asked.
Okay, before we start asking questions, real quick. Okay, so you gave me old site plan. And I've got 4 or 5 different buildings on it. Which one of them is it?
We are looking at the storage building on the ZLS that was submitted to you as part of the 2004 construction of this building.
Right.
So the commission did see this back as part of application 2248. It is the building roughly in the center of the plan, just south of the field house and the tennis courts, which make it a excellent location for more athletic facilities.
Mr.
Okay.
Hagney, am I circling the right area? This one right here?
Pat, you are dead on. Thank you.
I'm just curious, how would we know that? I just,
It is called out with a label for storage building. This is the only storage building on this portion of the campus. The campus is quite large, Mr. Lowe, so I had a hard time hunting it down myself. Dave Ginter was kind enough to provide us with a heavy stack of paper of plans that they've put together for the school over the years. But we were able to find this one.
No problem.
I appreciate that. I would like to at least pitch the commission. I know there were some comments at the briefing on the de minimis nature of this application. Am I speaking with Katie before bringing this to you? Listen, I understand the value of having an application like this. Anytime you have a school, a country club, a commercial plaza, any other institutional use, applications like this can help establish a baseline so that people coming down in the future for larger redevelopment projects all know what's going on. Selfishly, I would like that just so that we know what's going on the next time something happens on any property in town. I had hoped that when we came to you that we'd qualify for administrative review. I realize that this is an institutional use in the residential zone, typically approved by a special permit. I won't share the euphemisms that Pat shared with me when I was asking him to reconsider administrative review. But I do think that there's an opportunity here for the commission to consider this as something that doesn't fall within 6-17B4. And that's something that says there's not a material intensification of the use, and therefore the commission would determine that this doesn't rise to the level of a special permit. So, we're still an educational use in the residential zone, but we're not changing it significantly enough to merit a special permit application. Really what we're doing here is no construction. We're just doing a whole lot of furniture moving. The maintenance materials that are in the ground. Mr. Lowe, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Katie, does this make sense to you?
Well, did it be handled administratively?
Yep.
Yeah, it does to me. I mean, obviously it's totally up to the commission, but if the commission would like it to be handled administratively, that's no problem. To Mr. Hegney's point, it's always good. Obviously, we need an application, whether it's special permit or not, so that we can have it documented.
And why does
but
he
there's-
not
But there's
explain
no
again? Why does it not rise to special permit in your mind? That makes sense.
in my mind, because there's no construction and the use is the school, and the school, there's no change in number of children, no change in activities, whatever. It's just, the use is the same. So from that standpoint, and the structures are the same. So from that standpoint, it seemed that it could be handled administratively if the commission sees fit.
Okay.
So the actual change of use is really non-existent here because it's the umbrella of the institution which incorporates the uses that are going on, right?
Right.
And it's a layout issue. It's just.
And they're not adding square footage.
Right. I got it.
They're not adding square footage, and what they do on the inside's their business.
I would only add, I think the complexity of it is that the storage space to an active use is probably the part that was concerning to staff and not just, it wasn't, if it was reorganizing classrooms that already were spaces for classes, I don't think we would make the same determination.
So Mr. Leroux, understanding exactly what you just said, if I can suggest for Mr. Hegney back to staff to provide a floor plan of this space, indicate the uses inside, provide timing of the uses, is it open 24 hours, just open for school? Who's staffing it? And what happens to whatever's in there now? Where does that use go?
Yeah.
They've articulated that, have they not? They've identified a facility where this is going to be moved to. All the existing use is going to be moved to. Isn't that right, Mr. Hegney?
Okay, well, let's see. That's
correct,
It's
Mr. Lowe.
to an existing underutilized building. So I think it's more of like, okay, it's going to a building. There's a bunch of buildings on this site. So which one is it going to? So on and so forth. I think that actually now teeing up the file to say, now we know what's going on and it's change of use. We have something in the file, so when they come back and they change it to performing arts studio in 3 years, we know what's going on.
Mr. McRae, if that's something the commission is willing to grant the applicant here, we would jump at that chance.
I think if we want to do it admin, just give that stuff into staff and then we're up and running.
Yeah, and the advantage is, and the reason that this is an excellent suggestion is it's in the file. The next time the school comes in for something, we have a complete list of all the uses that are on in each of the buildings on the campus. We know what's going on and we know what they're asking for. The next time they want to change something, we have a record. That's, and the administrative decision will be in there with what the floor plan is and what, all of that. So I
And-
like that a lot.
I'm just gonna say to, just because it isn't a residential zone, the point that Mr. McRae was raising, that just say we're at a different school and this building happened to be closer to the property line, there was gonna be a light on the outside. I mean, there could be all kinds of things. So I think it's good to check in with the commission. So I think it's a site-specific thing, in other words.
Yep, I like that as a site-specific thing because you don't know when something might turn out to be problematic.
Yep.
I mean,
And
who would
this,
have thought that a tent at a not-for-profit could turn into such a controversial issue? Two tents at not-for-profits.
Most
Two
people
different-
most people who were at that meeting felt that way.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Hegney is going to submit this as an admin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just as a heads up, the staff will also re-articulate the conditions of the site so that the commission's prior decisions are all recorded and
Yes.
carried forward.
Fantastic idea. Thank you very, Mr.
Mr. McRae,
Thank
I
you
would
very
just
much,
ask
Mr.
if we could amend our pending application to avoid starting from scratch.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Appreciate that.
There it is.
Okay. All right, so it's Soup. Do I have any comments from the public on this application?
Pre-app.
Oh, okay. Picky.
He's good like that.
That's why he's the
Alrighty.
captain.
Oh, he's the hook, right?
The
Yeah, the hook.
cuts both
Captain
ways,
Hook.
Madam Chair.
Captain
There it
Hook.
is. Captain
Okay, we
Hook.
have no, don't get punchy,
Mr.
you
Hegney,
guys.
if you don't know who the captain is here by now, I'm getting a little concerned.
Then you shall be subject to the hook.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll quit while I'm ahead then, Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, we
but-
always tell you to do that.
That-
Alrighty.
That's Captain Low to you.
Oh,
Okay, so we are done with that one and we can move on. Before people get totally punchy, Town of Greenwich Affordable Housing Plan to consider and adopt amendments approved by the RTM as part of the adoption of the town's AHP. Y'all have the background on this. I don't think we need to discuss it. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on the commission's adopting the Affordable Housing Plan? Does anybody from the commission want to say anything? Mr. McRae, could I have a motion?
Yeah, I
Yes.
guess you
Yeah,
I
just
can't,
do
huh?
that one. By the way, this is the motion we got from Amina for the last meeting.
Okay, this is the amended affordable housing plan. Just to go back to where we started, pursuant to the provisions of Title 8, Chapter 126A, Section 830J of the General Statutes of the Connecticut, every municipality and state shall prepare an affordable housing plan at least once every 5 years, specifying how the municipality intends to increase the number of affordable housing units within their municipality. The commission finds the amended affordable housing plan dated June 13th, 22 meets to Title 8, et cetera. And therefore, a motion to adopt the amended affordable housing plan.
Do I have a second?
second,
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
aye,
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we have two other decisions to make, Rockpile and Kenneth Gamble. In whatever order the secretary would like to
Let's
make
do
them.
Gamel first, because I did 600, I was scribbling here now, I can't read it.
Oh, we'll help
uh,
you with 600. I think you're gonna get our help.
Okay, 17 Styles Lane, application PLPZ 2022-280. Final site plan special permit Applicant seeking approval to construct and enlarge an existing accessory building that will contain a garage, storage space, guest accommodations in the RA4 zone that further exceeds 150,000 cubic feet. Commission finds zoning has signed off, health issued a septic approval letter. Engineering had the applicant has submitted a drainage exemption, conservation issued comments dated 6/27 indicating recommendations of the plan, and wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire. Therefore, motion to approve the application of the following. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall evaluate the garage second floor FAR calculations for potential adjustment and FAR reduction. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall provide FAR worksheets for the entire site inclusive if FAR adjustments are found. Per conservation comments, it's recommended that an air spade be used to expose roots for cutting and limit the impact while excavating for the septic system. If any trees are lost, each one should be replaced with a native species in a ratio of 2:1. To mitigate the increase in pervious surface, the replacement trees should be planted next to paved areas to provide shade and reduce the heat island effect on the pavement. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Levy beats it. Levy has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Aye.
and Albin is also aye. And with that, it passes 5-0, and we go to the next one. And we're going to help you. I know we're going to help you.
Okay, 600 West Putnam Avenue, final site plan special permit PLPZ 2022-239. Applicant is seeking approval for final site plan special permit to propose to convert a 5,595 square feet existing space to a fitness gym recreational use on in a property in the GBO zone. Okay. ZEO issued comments endorsing the sign off. ARC no exterior changes. Let's see. Sewer has received confirmation of that the applicant has read and understood the sewer comments. Okay, and that the applicant had provided a pre-application at 6/21/22 meeting. Therefore, motion to approve the application, noting the following. The applicant shall seek from the tenant or from the landlord a letter indicating after 5 p.m. priority use of available parking spaces will be used for this tenant. From 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. a reservation list system will be used to accommodate rotation of 13 available parking spaces. I have one, there will be one person per simulator before 5 p.m. Is that correct?
No more than 13 spaces, parking space, generating a demand no greater than a total of 13 spaces was what we agreed.
Okay.
So
great, I think I've got that.
if I go with Dennis, then there's another one that has to be left empty while Dennis and I have our lesson.
I've heard Dennis's long game is really good with, you get him in the short game, so.
Other way around. The other way
This will
around.
pick you up on the way.
It's quite the reverse. As you get a little older, the reverse happens.
Okay.
Speak
I
for
will have to remember
yourself,
that.
Lo. The rest of us are spring chickens. All right.
Okay, that's how I have it. I'm not too
All
sure
right.
if I missed anything.
No, I
Actually,
think you
with
got
the
it.
bar
And-
service, the bar service is limited to after 5 p.m.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay, that was another one. That was it.
closing at 11, I believe it was.
Okay, and we're doing 7
I
days.
believe you have to provide hours with your liquor permit, and they're not providing it. They're not going to have it before 5.
Okay,
Right, no,
and
but it's 5 to 11, I think is what's in the application.
and we're doing. I guess Mr. Leroy, you'll have the hours. I think I had like 7 to 11 every day, something like that.
Yes.
The only comment I have is I don't know when the offices are open, but is the commission open to letting them be more how do I say this? Is the commission open to more occupancy between 7 and 9 and then again after 5? Or
Yeah,
is it
You know what? We're only going to react if there's a complaint. That's the
Right.
thing.
Okay.
Leave it like it is. There won't be any complaints. We'll be good. What we want is something actionable in the decision letter so
Yeah.
we can, so
I
the
mean, the
CEO can act.
applicant did spell out clearly what their MO is, so I think we can just rely on that as the
We're
letter.
looking for no, we're hoping there's not going to be complaints. That's all we're hoping for with all these. All right. Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ooh, that
Levy.
was close. What, Levy? Okay.
I heard
So,
Mr. Levy.
okay, Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Aye.
and Albin is also aye. You know, we're required to do that by state law.
Required to do what?
Aye.
We
Aye.
have to call every person's
Oh,
name.
everyone's name. Yeah.
And
Oh, I
get the
thought you were
vote.
doing this to deliberately waste our time.
No.
That's
see
my
what you
job.
don't know?
No, that that was the other 3 hours of our meeting here.
That was an attorney who helped us with that today. No, so yeah, we're required to have, if it's a Zoom meeting, you have to call out the name and a vote has to go with it. It's in the state law. Isn't that
Well, you
weird?
Pushed us beyond the 9 o'clock hour now.
Okay, 9:02. You got the rest of the evening off.
Thank God we had our postponements.
Hi,
Would have been
guys.
2 o'clock in the
Hey,
morning.
Mr.
Hey,
Mr.
Don't
Levy,
forget to,
Let's
don't
build
forget
in
to send me your,
postponements from now on.
Okay, and I
Don't
sent
forget to send
everybody
me
the
your-
buckets.
and don't forget to send me your comments. Exactly. That would be really helpful. I mean, I'm actually already meeting. You have to do it by then, but just letting you know, we're already meeting.
When are you meeting with Jim? Katie, you froze. Katie? Katie?
Katie, you're frozen.
Hello? Katie, you're frozen. Katie? She's
Oh,
back.
here I am. Sorry, I got a glitch. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm already meeting Jim tomorrow morning. Not that I need your comments by then, but.
No,
FYI.
and what we need to do is figure out, Conti's hard to get at this time of year. But Hein has has said he'll do what he can to make himself available. And those are the key people that we need, along with Greg.
Yep.
And even Greg is a second step. And I think we're good to have that go. It's you, Conti, and Hein are the essential ones, and Jim Michael and Ian Brown,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Okay. And then everybody else can, everybody else from Greenscape, except for the P and Z Commission, unless they want to recuse. So.
Right.
we would talk
Just
about
as-
that later.
yeah,
Yeah, talk
just-
about it later.
Just
Yeah, you
as-
can, if you want to, Nick, I can tell you're kind of interested. I mean, yeah, if you want to. And I think Peter's probably interested as well.
I'm quite interested, but I just don't think that I want to recuse myself.
Yeah, that's my take too. I think I'd rather have you guys see the final product. That's what I was nudging you on.
And I don't want to be a nudge.
But
Right.
Peter, you're a Beaux-Arts specialist.
All right, so I would rather have you guys be here for the final sign off. Because a lot of this is about building public trust that we've solved the problems and addressed the issues. That I think we relaxed people a lot when they got that we had heard them and we're going to try to address the topics.
Katie, just as Margarita reminds the public that we've read everything and heard everything, I'm going to assume that you heard my views and read them. And so if you don't receive anything from me, don't hold your breath.
And no, the dog did not eat your homework. You can
No,
send it.
I turned it in already, orally.
I think I know what's needed already, but if you wanted to send me something specific or anything like that, obviously, feel free.
You wouldn't mind if I sent you drawings, would you?
Oh, she's not going to mind.
No.
We know you're done.
But you don't expect her to look at them, do you?
I'm sending.
Well, actually, Nick, I wouldn't mind sending you a drawing because I sort of came up with something in my head and I didn't want to say anything and redesign a project, but I'll send you what I was thinking.
Okay.
Ooh, that'd be terrific.
Right. And yeah, feel free, you guys, if you've got drawings in mind. The key thing is going to be, can we narrow down that sidewalk extension and still have all the safety things met. I felt-
I have a quick question that I didn't want to waste the time during the hearing, but when you look at that depiction where those red walkways are, they're all connected and they're sort of curved at the corners. Is there a reason that they're all contiguous? It looks like it will help promote people wandering, cutting the corner, walking out into what might be traffic, and as opposed to setting them back away and not all connected.
I'm not
I agree.
following.
It's the geometry of the turning arc. So when you actually bring the bump outs together, when you actually have that arc of the curb, when you do the connect the dots with the walkway, they actually overlap. Because the walkway itself, the width of the walkway is in such a dimension that when they touch each side, they actually do overlap, and it looks like it's kind of like a funny, there's more brick, if you would, than there should be.
Right. It just seemed
Yeah.
like, I'm sure there's a reason for it, but I was just staring at it for too long and I thought,
I'm
wow.
not sure the reason is a good one.
Well,
The-
anyway, sorry.
Yeah, I would
I
say,
don't want to get too much into the discussion now, just. 'cause
No,
we're
no,
not-
I think you guys send all those comments in. And, one of the things, Katie, that we could do is if it looks like we get bogged down, you could schedule it as a discussion item on the 19th, if we can get a meeting before that. If you guys can
Great
get
idea.
Greenscape to work, then it could just be a discussion item on the 19th. Pat's only going to have 10 items on for the 19th.
That's what he said today.
And we could have it as a discussion item, what's been talked about. That might actually be awesome for transparency and public engagement, is for us to put it back on, say, here's what we're doing, blah, blah, blah. So we actually work on it so much that people can relax about it.
Yes. Sounds good.
Another-
Patrick, does staff have full-size drawings of this in the files? Okay,
You want them, don't you?
and I'll do it off a PDF. I'll make this easy.
Okay. All righty, let's all go party.
okay,
I mean, it's only, what time is it in California? 5 PM. The day's young, Katie.
Well, my computer says 9:08.
You can go feed the chickens now.
Yeah.
Well, those poor chickens, if they haven't been fed by now, they're probably very hungry.
Yes. Well, one of them won't get out of the laying the egg box, whatever that thing's called. So it's a whole system now.
Did somebody find
Johnson
a,
Chase-
wait, we need a rerun of Green Acres for Katie. She's never
He's
seen
trying
Green
to chase
Acres.
it out with a broom.
Katie, have you ever seen a show called Green Acres?
I've heard of it.
Neighbors.
I've never seen it.
She's too
She's more of
young.
an EastEnders type person. That's what she-
So it's this glamorous woman from New York City whose husband takes her to live on a farm.
Zaza Gabor.
Zsa Zsa
It's
Gabor.
hysterical.
And now I've got that
I
theme
believe it
song
was her.
stuck in my head. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
now I do too. I've got the song in the head. Thank you.
Green Acres is
Stop
the
it.
place to be.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Good night,
Bye.
everybody. Good night.